If I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
I always play it wrong. Man, good morning, fam. What's good, everybody? Y'all forgive me if the mic ain't totally micing. I'm moving around the house, checking out Squawk in the morning, making my coffee, and this is Ant's Morning Rant. We are simulcasting at both the home of the official YT Purge, as well as Auntie's The Boiler Room. If you checked out our show last night, definitely a good one. And shout out to Big Brenda Clark with the shit for coming up here and helping us recap or review the review of the movie Tempting Fate. You know what I'm saying? Lifetime movie. Wild. Check out MANOSPHERE Highlights Daily. The original review that we reviewed is on MANOSPHERE Highlights Daily channel. Definitely a wild ass scenario when it comes to that. Also, before we get started, I want to remind everybody, make sure you guys like the stream, share the stream, support the stream through Cash App, Super Chat, Super thanks if you're going to be catching a replay. We ain't going to be up here all morning. Not sure if we're going to be able to open up an entire panel. Let me give a shout out to everybody. So again, Big Brenda Clark with the shit was up here first thing in the morning. Says she's showing support. We appreciate that. Because where would I be, man? Where would I be without y'all? Shout out to Deacon Dave in the building. Shout out to Raining Woman. She said, greetings, Auntie, and everyone. Say it ain't so. Is the black manosphere hanging on by a thread? Nah, I don't think so. Like roaches, it doesn't die out. I don't know. That's a good question, Deacon Dave. I've actually been trying to get in touch with BLK. No, I haven't seen BLK around. So we're gonna see, what happens. But I have tried to, reach out. I mean, everybody has the same way to reach out to BLK that I do, by Cash App and and email. So hit them up, see if you get in touch with them. I haven't been able to. I guess I can probably check another couple of sources, but that's what we need. We need Baller X. You know what I'm saying? We need Henny Wise. I know Henny is still around. She's just kind of into some stuff, but we'll get into that in a moment. Now, if you remember Rain and Woman, that's what they were saying in what was it, that Halloween remake movie. They like, yo, evil never dies, or evil dies tonight, or some shit like that. But if you remember, that's why they call Michael Myers the Shape, because evil doesn't die. It merely changes shape. That's it. Just changes shape. And that's what the hell happened when you're talking about the Black Manosphere. Now, this is my opinion. I'm pretty sure people will come at me. I don't even care. Because we're gonna talk about all of that shit too. The way a lot of shit going down. But this shit changed shape. It changed shape. And I get it. A lot of the OGs and the folks that you grew up with, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like television. If you guys are old enough to remember, I can remember television in the 80s. Then I can remember television in the 90s. You know? Like, you know, TGIF and late night television. And you notice, like, every 8 to 10 years or so, shit changes, right? Shit just changes. It's a little different, you know? For example, you know, TGIF or SNCC or some shit like that, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that Saturday night Nickelodeon shit. You know, originally you used to have shit like, you know, Are You Afraid of the Dark, and then Roundhouse and what the fuck else was it? All That and shit like that, right? And the inception of it, right? And then over the years, shit kind of changed. Same with like TGIF, whatever the hell that was. You know, originally you had shit like Family Matters, you know, with Urkel and shit like that. But eventually, you ended up with a 25-year-old in suspenders and tight pants, speaking at the top of his fucking lungs. So that show just died the fuck out. Same shit with the Cosby Show. What the hell you gonna do? You done had Denise move back in. Rudy on her way to fucking college. Everybody old. That's it. You know? Shit changes. It's over. You know? A different world and shit. Like the fuck. Like, eventually everybody go to fucking college. Some Gilligan's Island shit. Eventually they gotta get off the island. That's what the hell you seen. You know? Of course, Tommy been gone for a while. Ain't no Obsidian no more. You know, every time he come back, he get whacked. Pause. But yeah, you know, Angry Man kind of switched over to his, you know, political content. You know, that's it. Because, you know, it's very, very, I don't know. I can't even speak on, you know, the talking points and shit like that, or what that means. You know, like maybe it's profitable until it's not, or whatever. But what ended up happening, if you guys remember, I can remember about the time when I came into the space was just starting to kind of reform in the image of Kevin Samuels. Like, and I had already been in the space observing from the cloud, so I understood like what it was, but I saw that the space as far as interactions were concerned and the sphere itself was beginning to reform. You know, in the image of Kevin Samuels as far as like, you know, C19 was concerned. You feel me? So you saw more folks coming on camera. Yo, you saw more people coming up doing content creation regarding black women. You saw people regurgitating KS talking points. You know what I'm saying? That's when a lot of the dating coaches really started merging on in the space. Not to say that there were no dating coaches and PUAs, because I know there were, but that's my point. You kind of saw more of the sectors merging because you saw more dating coaches and shit like that on camera. And with Kevin being on camera and shit and kind of talking about a lot of similar shit, as far as quote unquote the nature of women and shit like that, it just kind of merged in folks' algorithm. And the reason why it so easily merged into folks' algorithm is because Kevin had gone fucking viral. Like literally had gone viral. So what happened was all of those original topics that were gaining traction in that algorithm, unless you were putting those topics in your title, your ass was shadow banned. That's what it was. You wasn't coming up. Let me see. As soon as I stop moving, I'm going to switch mics and we're going to get on the good one. I'm on the wireless right now, so y'all don't mind me. But yeah, that's what happened. Now, what you see is another shift. All right, we just switched. So we should be good. That'll probably be a little cool. All right. So what you see is a shift. You saw a shift. You saw a shift and an influx of motherfuckers coming in. People finding the space. People coming in that have found this space through just Facebook shares. People that have found this space through World Star. Not necessarily people that have been engaging in your conversations before. But they knew Kevin. Now, to a lot of people that was already here, they was like, the fuck out of here, bro. This is just some nigga that was on panels, you know what I'm saying? Nigga wore feathers and cologne and talked about buying shoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't feeling this nigga, man. And y'all treating that motherfucker like he the Messiah, second coming of Jesus. Fuck up out of here, man. That's the way y'all saw it. But to other folks, a large influx of other folks, that was like they Messiah, as far as the space was concerned. Because I can remember when I came in. Now, I ain't never been one to be starstruck or no shit like that. But, it was kind of cool, being on the panel, for the first time with like, Angry Man and Obsidian and Tommy and shit like that. Because I had just watched their shows. I had just watched, AM from the car. I listened to, Obsidian doing his radio type show and shit. Never really agreed with a lot of the crazy shit that nigga said, But at the same time, it was cool to be able to go back and forth and just talk to these motherfuckers like regular people. After all I ever really did was just see uploaded content and shit. So that was some cool shit. Now, what you have though, what you have, the difference between that and now, those folks were accessible. You got up with them, you got up with them, you have a popping stream, whatever, you know what I'm saying? They would come anywhere. They would come anywhere. They was liable to pull up anywhere. The difference is now you got a lot of folks that their first introduction into this motherfucker was Anton fucking Daniels. Lapeef Network. So what you have is you have a combination of a lot of shit. You have, and trust me, I'm going to land. It might take a while, but this is Ant's Morning Rant, so we just going to do it like that. What you have is you have an influx. You still have some of the remnants of the original Black Manosphere, where it's like, okay, we're going to talk about that black female fuckery. You know what I'm saying? That shit pay the bills. So we're going to talk about that shit. Cool. Then you also got, you know what I'm saying, the cammed up, dolled up, candle in the back, pendulum swinging, pause, fucking Kevin Samuels shit. combined with the watered down, Lapeef panels, and then comes the Anton Daniels shit. Got to get the bag, Which, don't get me wrong, hey, we all need money. Ain't nothing wrong with that shit. Go get your bag, But somewhere along the lines, content went away, and presentation, kind of became everything. It became a fake it till you make it type space. This is right around the time of 2022. Like when a lot of people would say, look, like my first intro, like a lot of folks will say their first introduction was Kevin Samuels. And then it was Anton Daniels. Then it was Lapeef. Look, by the time I knew about Lapeef network and shit, but by the time I heard who a fucking Anton Daniels was, nigga, I had a fully monetized channel and had already done fucking 3 purges. 3 of them shits. Well, shout out to Sheep Stay Sleep. And he might even be able to talk a little bit more about this too. But that's what it was. But these people, this was their first introduction. Shout out to Sheep Stay Sleep with the $5 holla. Says salute, bro. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. But let me get to this. You have an entirely new group of folks that have sacrificed, content, growing a channel, and even the black female fuckery topics, because you need some cammed up arm candy, eye candy on your panels for views. Got to be able to get them chicks that work, or you just need a Mika, on the panel, some shit like that. That's what it was. It went full co-ed. Not to say that that's necessarily a bad thing. Evolution is evolution. But, like I said, people actually, growing their channels based on their own vision, their own views and their own content, eventually kept getting watered down. Okay? It's like dope on the fucking street. That shit keep going from motherfucking, pusher to pusher to pusher to pusher to pusher to pusher to pusher. Eventually, that blue magic turned into blue baking soda and blue soap. That's what happened. You had a bunch of blue soap. So because you had so many folks coming into the game, and YouTube had just dramatically changed its fucking policies for monetization. No more 1,000. Now you only need 500. No more 4,000 hours. You only need 300. And also, fuck even really having to earn those subs. We got a simulcast feature. You can sit on goddamn Fight Club and boom, you can actually not even do a stream and have 500-600 motherfucking subs before you even do your first goddamn live stream. Cool. You got all this fucking exposure without having to do shit. But what came from that is all hell Fight Club. That's it. All they could really do was talk about the same shit there. So the topics kept getting watered down and watered down. Now, let me get to this. Because the space was worshipped by Anton Daniels based on money and all of that other shit. Based on money and views and subscriber supremacy. Because remember, they also made us. They didn't even let us. They made us unlock our sub counts. So subscriber supremacy became some real shit. It just became about numbers, views, viewers, everything. And because there is no Kevin Samuels, now Anton Daniels is your YouTube celebrity. He don't just hit panels like that. He didn't hit panels like, Angry Man did, and like Obsidian did, and like Tommy did, and shit. That motherfucker just sit up on his shit. So what ends up happening is he is the premise of the fucking content. No. So because you don't have your own content pushing the algorithm, because you can say whatever you want about the black female fuckery. What up, Fantasy Island girl? You know what I'm saying? Sheila E. Big Stacks, Letitia McGee. Appreciate y'all. Young Riaz. Now, and I'm ranting. I'm all over the place. But y'all get me with this. Now, I know a lot of folks didn't like the whole black female fuckery thing. But at the end of that shit, at least those niggas, at least they drove their own algorithm. Because they kept it going, which means they kept a whole lot of shit in-house. Now, once everything started to be repackaged in the image of Anton Daniels, it was all about what's good for the views, the clicks. That's it. No real content, no original views, no actual content creators were able to create content that allowed them to stand out and really drive the algorithm. So what ends up happening is all roads lead back to Anton. So when Anton does something like goes viral by ending up on Corey Holcomb's show, I don't even know how the fuck y'all allow this shit, right here. Give me a second here. My alarm going off. I got all types of alarms to just be going off. Yeah, but when they allow some shit like this to drive their algorithm, they just fed into it. Viral moment, viral story, viral topic. So you got a bunch of people that are trying to feed off of the same fucking topic. And what ends up happening? The motherfuckers with the most subs that actually know how to work that algorithm, that are using that topic, that same exact topic you're doing, they drown you out of your own shit. That's why you have motherfuckers that aren't even in this sector, don't show up on any of these fucking panels, don't come up in these chats. You ain't never fucking seen them before. They're able to go live, or not even go live, upload videos, and sometimes go live or premiere a video regarding Anton Daniels. And because they already got 100,000 subs, they work the fuck out of them hashtags, and they got a fucking sector in itself that just keeps on fucking running. They get more views, or for y'all's YouTube daddy, than y'all do. You Antonites, you Fight Club alum, know who the fuck I'm talking about, because I'm talking about you. You had no chance. And then, on top of it, when this motherfucker actually does an interview about that, he doesn't come to one of his Lapeef alumni, one of his Antonites. He doesn't come to a Black Manosphere member for an interview. He goes to fucking Tasha K. Dundada. It's over. It's over. And that's what I always said. If you want to compare this shit They're like, oh, well, these niggas is on some MAGA shit. That's what I always said about a nigga like Donald Trump. I was like, bro, y'all ain't got to worry about that motherfucker doing some crazy shit with policy or something like that or enacting some law. Y'all need to worry about that motherfucker just selling America. Like, nigga like Trump might just sell America just because he feel like he got the right price. Real shit. You know, and Anton moved just like that, and he did. That nigga didn't give a fuck. That nigga sold that shit cheap. Cheap. It's all for content. That nigga aired himself out, let his wife and kids end up on a fucking t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Let his damn colleague Mika get dragged for pure, unadulterated filth through this motherfucker. Just to go on Tasha K and show everybody he can speak a little Mandarin and sip some wine. All for a glass of wine and some Pistons tickets. And when he became a viral topic, that motherfucker pussied up so bad that he went back to doing clean content. So he ain't even working the viral algorithm that was created for him right now or created through him. He letting y'all work it. But you have no chance. So that's why I say, at the end of the day, Lakeisha Keisha, Keita Rose, Anonymous T, Tasha K, they have acquired the Black Manosphere. And they did it for cheap too, man. Yeah, it's over. Like, this shit stomped on. Shit stomped on. Watered the fuck down, gone. Now, what you see here, because people like, nah, this shit popping, fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Those of us that have been around for a minute, those of us that have been around longer than even me, understand how this shit works. Yeah, that well is dry. You absolutely right, Fantasy. That shit is fucking bone fucking dry. All you got right now is motherfuckers scraping the inside of the bottle. Like they scraping the inside of a fucking peanut butter jar. You know, with a knife. Trying to get all that caked up soot around the edges and shit. Trying to make one last sandwich. That's it. The topics are dead. The creativity's gone. Okay? You done ran them into the fucking ground. You know? Because everything was predicated on panel channels. There's nothing left to talk about but each other. You've already fucking done that. So now files have to get opened up. And then after files get opened up, motherfuckers got to start lying. So not only have you been acquired by the tea and gossip sector, but motherfucker, y'all done already been retrained. Like they done already put y'all through a new orientation and all of that shit y'all doing just the fuck they did. These same motherfuckers that get sued for millions of dollars for slander and defamation. And they don't give a fuck. That's what I'm saying. You got folks you don't even know who the fuck they are. Real shit. Y'all was on them panels. The Fight Club, you know what I'm saying? The After Hours, you know what I'm saying? Anton, what was it, a Monday show or a Wednesday show, whatever. You know? Lapeef Network and shit like that. You got motherfuckers you ain't never even seen before doing commentary on your shit. I just saw the House of Hypocrites dude, you know what I'm saying, find a clip of the Six to Goddess shit when Anton got checked. What up, Oz? from fucking 2 years ago. That nigga just fucking played that shit and reacted to it like the shit was brand new. That's the tea. Some 2-year-old shit. What's the tea, y'all? What up, lurker? My God. My God. My God. So I get it. You got a lot of folks, hanging on for dear life. Hanging on for absolute dear life. They're like, okay, you talk about this, and you talk about this one and that one and this one and that one. And then you got all types of other people, right? Because this was actually, okay, you might have been able to make this shit work, right? But people actually give a fuck what folks think. Which is one of the reasons why I won't. People like, oh, well, I was talking about Anton and I was getting pushback for it. Yeah, that was the purpose. That was the fucking purpose. You're supposed to pop your shit and niggas fill up that goddamn comment thread. They agree with you. They disagree with you. Whatever. But this shit's so watered down now that motherfuckers are so scared of a disagreement. You know what I'm saying? That they're like, fuck that. Why go at Anton when I can just go at the motherfucker that's going at Anton? Fuck it. And like I said, now you got stomped on cut. It's all gravy. It's all good. It'll just cause you to fucking lose customers and likely get your head busted the fuck open in these goddamn streets. But you made a couple dollars because you sold the nigga a fucking bag of soap for, you know what I'm saying, for $40. you think you came up, but you can't show your face in the street. So now what you got is you got real pushers that are requiring your customers. That's it. That's all. It's done. It's over. Why didn't the men pivot to war talk? Why switch to women tea topics? That's a good question. Fantasy, I can't speak for those men. They really should have. They should have switched to something that allowed them to control the algorithm. But why would they switch to that? It's not even election time. They don't know. They don't know. They don't have a clue. Some dudes did. And they was able to, catch a little buzz, catch a wave and shit. But for the most part, people don't know, what to do, which is fine. People have a right to talk about whatever it is that they want to talk about, on their own channels. But the problem is your algorithm is no longer your algorithm. So it's bland and it's stale as the black female fuckery, content was concerned. At least them niggas controlled it. Shout out to Club Fortune in the building. What up, fam? But it's over now. That shit's over. It's done. See ya. Now, nobody's going to admit it, but you ask them. The same topics that you talk about every day, which is mainly just Anton Daniels or some variation of the subject. Anton Daniels, Mika, Rita, whatever. each other. It all stems from that. Now, because Anton refused to talk back about these motherfuckers, that's it. How do you keep it going? You know, you ask them, hey, who's the biggest creators talking about this shit? They like, Lakeisha. Like, who the fuck is this? My God, man. So when I say that shit, I mean that shit, man. This shit gone. It's been acquired. I wouldn't even say it's been sold. This is some merger acquisition shit, and that entire space has been acquired. By the tea and gossip sector. That's why you see nothing but tea and motherfucking gossip. Now, don't get me wrong. It was always some fucking dirt, some tea, some gossip, some fucking just some messy shit that niggas could talk about in these spaces. It was always some. But niggas used to always go back to the same shit. And I used to think like, damn, man, that's bad, man. What the fuck, bro? Y'all only know how to have one conversation. But deep down, that was better than the alternative. Because if all you guys did was just talk about tea and gossip, eventually you was going to get acquired by the tea and the gossip sector. Ain't that about a bitch, man? You know? Nah, the manosphere has been acquired, Oz. It's been acquired. Deed and title sold. For the low. For a glass of wine, a set of Pistons tickets, and a pair of fucking Versace frames. Done dada. You know? They made these sweet tea niggas get down or lay down. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And they laid down for some clicks and some views. And the shit's not sustainable. You know? It's really not. You know? They allowed Anton to really just put these niggas out on a fucking stroll, bro. They'll trend him, and then he just dipped. That nigga back to just talking about his shit. And niggas is still talking about him. That nigga still back on political shit, current events, whatever. It's all good. The end of the day, like that song bitch or not, he's smart enough not to predicate his fucking channel and brand on that bullshit. He understands. Y'all talk about him, he just gonna do him. He ain't gonna talk about you, but people don't understand that shit. They like, oh, you're gonna talk about me, then I'm gonna talk about you, then you're gonna talk about me, and then I'm gonna talk about you, and then you're gonna talk about me, and I'm gonna talk about you, and fuck out of here, bro. Just water it the fuck down. It's over. I said that the sectors were merging years ago, and I had niggas fight me on that shit. There were a bunch of sectors that niggas claimed that they didn't want to be part of, which I find it extremely funny, which is cool. I don't blame them. I get it. A lot of them sectors be messy. Niggas be pulling up on motherfuckers for real. You know what I'm saying? Files be getting opened up and shit. People get exposed for the phony, fake frauds they are. I understand. But real shit, if y'all was gonna merge with any sector, y'all could have picked a better one than this. And damn, you could have at least had a willing merger. An acquisition? Like you allowed yourself to be acquired for a fucking stimmy pack? That's what they call it? For an Anton Daniels stimulus pack. That's what they called it. They called it the Anton Stimmy Pack. Just gave it away, yo. Now, I hate to say it, but Fantasy, you might need these niggas to blame y'all. You might need them to blame the women just to save the goddamn space. Like, for real. Just to be able to make it so y'all is like you actually control your algorithm again. It's fucked up. Because right now you don't. Clickbait, reviews of reviews, old shit. You got folks with 25,000, 30,000, 40,000, 100,000 fucking subs discussing the shit that you guys went through and were part of years ago. That y'all actually got the inside drop on. Using that shit to drive an entire algorithm today. Ain't that about a bitch? And the motherfuckers ain't even hitting niggas up for interviews and nothing. They like, fuck that, man. We just gonna make this shit up. We just gonna make that shit up. Ain't none of that. Yo, man, well, okay, what's your channel about? You know what I'm saying? What you talk about? What type of content you got? Oh, okay, I see it. You got a balanced perspective. Or you lean this way. Those are your views on shit. Ain't none of that, man. So it's over. Niggas is only as good as the last lie. It's fucked up. Yeah. I agree with you, comment creator. It's disappointing and unbecoming of men to behave this way. It really is. And it's really unbecoming of businessmen. Or bag chasers or whatever. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. To behave this way. But that's what happens. That's why you saw like 15 fucking fallouts last week alone. Niggas done ran out of shit to talk about. So it ain't shit left but each other. Yo, it's fucked up. It's like a motherfucker that's starving and niggas so goddamn hungry that you gotta eat your fucking left arm. You know what I'm saying? Just to not die. Like you gotta eat your own fucking arm. Now that's what's going on. And again, I got argued with when it came to that shit. I'm like, bro, when all else failed, you could have just went back to content. I get it. It might have been a dip. It might you might have lost a little bit, but don't worry. You know what I'm saying? It would have came back. Consider it that time when you got the store and you just have to close it for a little bit, or maybe even just leave it open while you're renovating. It happens like that. It's business. Nah, motherfuckers was like, fuck that. If business is slow, we're just going to start letting people come in and piss on the floor and charge them for that. No? I was watching the stream last night or this morning, and one of the things that I noticed, and I hate to say it, but the little midget man was right. He's right. All that shit by Anton Daniels every fucking day, streams and shit every day. That little motherfucker did that shit years ago. That's how that motherfucker grew like the first, I don't know, what was it? 8, 9 fucking channels that he grew and lost. And now everybody else doing that shit. Done. We ain't gonna take that blame. They wanted to be like us. And that's why they invited us to study us closely and became the lead gossip girls, just like in the show. It was a man all along. Hey, I can't argue with you. So even when they ask, like, what happened to the men in the space? They grew up. They grew up. They grew out of this shit, or they just fucking died. Sorry. It's died. It's fucking done. It's over. So now, they had a yard sale. And they selling everything for 10 or 15 fucking cents right on the front lawn. So enjoy the algorithm. Oh, let me get a look at my schedule. All right. I got time. Yeah. What's the point of all this? I'm just calling a spade, Smitty. That's it. A spade. That shit over. The well ran dry. Now, I'm going to use an example. Y'all remember, it was a couple of years ago when Just Pearly Things said that shit about slavery wasn't that bad. See, people don't even forgot what the fuck she said. She said slavery wasn't that bad. And what happened was, motherfuckers had to talk about that shit, or else your ass was getting shadow banned. There was nothing else you could talk about. I mean, you could talk about whatever you want, but your shit wasn't going to come up in no feed because the algorithm was jacked for a few weeks. Now, the tea and gossip sector wasn't going to let that bitch be the star of no show. So eventually that shit just died down. And not only that, she ain't charismatic enough to make that shit work. And I'll be 100 with you. If you want to correlate it to what the fuck you seeing going on with Anton Daniels, he's not either. That's why he bitched up as soon as his damn people ended up on a t-shirt and dragged for filth and being called side chicks. You know? But, hey, because Corey Holcomb had something to do with that shit, it was something that, you know, the tea and gossip sector didn't mind grabbing a hold of and sinking their teeth in. I can't blame them. I mean, fuck it. Yeah. You see a mechanic special, you know, on a Corvette, even though it ain't worth shit but the parts. But the shit's on sale for $20. Fuck it. She got to lose. 20 fucking bucks. Yeah. And Anton was like, fuck it, sold. Y'all got it. Sold from the man with the exceptional beard. Oh my God. This is bad. You know? Yeah, it's over. So, Sole Provider speaks, man. Keep doing what you do. You might be able to resurrect this shit. I mean, you're going to need a defibrillator, an event. You know? Because this shit is beyond comatose. This shit dead, sold, scrapped for parts. It is over. Yeah, Dr. Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein. You're going to need something. But nah, there is no bringing it back. It's no coming back. You know, there's no coming back. There's no coming back. It even bugged me out last week. They said, like, crews broke up and shit. People like, oh, I'm surprised. How the fuck you surprised? All of these crews and shit fall apart. They all do. Thank you, Don. Like, they all do. I had to ask somebody that shit in the chat the other day. When they're like, yo, I'm surprised that these people that fell out and broke up. It's like, yeah. What clique have you ever seen on this bitch that didn't fucking break up, fall apart, fall out? Some messier than others, but then they all fucking fall off. Like I said, it's a shame. It's a shame. But I challenge everybody to this, right? See what happens 2 weeks from now. See what they talking about 2 weeks from now. You gonna see a bunch of motherfuckers, that fell out with each other, back cool again. Trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube, trying to get the band back together and shit. It's over. There's nothing else you can do. It's deja vu at this point. This always happens when money is at the root of all evil. I mean, I don't believe in that. I don't think money is the root of all evil. I think evil is the root of a lot of motherfuckers' money. But that's not the case with everybody. Look, I hear a lot of people on here that like to use, a sub count or a monetary number as a measure for success. And shout out to DS1, Sheep Stay Sleep. We had this conversation and niggas actually argue with me about this. I was like, you do understand that money is a byproduct of success. Success is not a byproduct of money. And the same rules apply with everything else. You get money because you're successful. If you think that your money makes you successful, you'll likely soon be parted from it. That's the game. That's the game. Which was supposed to be the premise of a lot of this shit, man. It was supposed to be the values, of men that actually make men men. And when motherfuckers talked about that shit, eventually, they grew huge platforms. Like them or not, agree with them or not, they grew huge fucking platforms. And money came. But then you had motherfuckers that got extremely drunk off the money that they got, and they thought that that's what made them that. They were like, okay, life is different now because I got money. No, you got money because life is different now. Focus on the differences in your life and the money will keep coming. But because you focusing on the money, it's almost like trying to catch spilling water in both of your hands. You can't do it. I even heard the other day, or it was yesterday or something. Motherfuckers legit came up here, not on this platform, but on another one, and said, well, Anton Daniels is playing the character, on here. Y'all don't know how to separate the character from who he is in real life. Even Mika said that shit. It's like, bro, y'all championed a motherfucker that's on here playing a character. You just said that the son of a bitch is playing a character, which means he is not real. Nothing that you see is real because nobody knows that man in real life. With the exception of his wife, his kid, and people he might have grew up with, and family members and shit. But don't nobody know that motherfucker. All you know is what you see. So, if you're gonna
What's up with you?
make this shit in his image, give me 1 second. If you're gonna repackage this shit in his image, you're like that's it. That means all you motherfuckers is willing to play a character just to make a couple of dollars. And that's what it is. This is the fake it till you make it space. Which is why you've been acquired by the gossip and tea sector. What up, Smitty? You got it.
Nah, shout out to you, bro. One, I like this topic, bro. You really hitting on some cylinders with this one right here, bro. So, like, yeah, I like topics like this, bro. Now, I wanted to say that's why me personally, it's something that you said stuck out to me when you was like, I think you and somebody in the chat was saying how the groups all break up and how it's always a fallout and stuff. And I just learned, like, I don't know, man. I'd rather come like I'm doing now, like come hang out with you, chill. But I do my own thing. I'm not obligated to nothing. I'm not on no back discords with a whole bunch of people being messy, and that's just how much of rumors get started and everything else. So like, it's the reason why I kind of take my approach a little bit subtle to this because I started picking up and seeing everything you talking about 2 years ago. I've been here about 4 years now. I say about my second year in, I was like, yo, this is full of shit. Y'all are just full of shit, though. So,
You ain't
yeah,
wrong.
yeah, man. I picked it up early, bro. I started everything you talking about. I seen it early. It's just, I guess it's really hitting the fan and people are talking about it more now. But man, I saw this like in 2023, 2024. Yeah,
Well, I mean, a lot of times, I mean, I get maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes things have to be demoed, taken the fuck down, blown the fuck up, or you know what I'm saying. I mean, so sometimes this shit just has to go away in order to build something new, better, and solid in its place. So
right.
maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
question.
That's what they. Oh, give me a second. Yeah,
My bad.
what's the T, y'all? That's what it is, man. Congratulations, y'all have been acquired by the tea and gossip sector. So you're gonna see a lot of that. What's the T? You're gonna see people popping up in what's going on here. What's the T, y'all?
So
I
now,
got all the tea. I got all the tea. We're gonna show y'all these receipts and this tea. Let's get into it, y'all. Good morning, world. Go ahead, Smitty.
nah, you good. It's a shame because I love herbal tea. I just don't like to dish it. I sip it because it's healthy, but I don't like dishing. That's just not my cup of tea. You might say. Nah, but if in the chat when I was asking, when I was like, so what's the point of all this, right? So like that's where I was at. Like when I'm asking, like, man, if we're seeing like how you were saying it's not becoming of men, and I'm seeing that same thing. I swear those are my exact words. A lot of the stuff I see is not becoming of men. I'm not perfect at all, bro, but I at least try. I try to present some form of decency. You know what I'm saying? And home training, bro. Um, if we know all of this is as fake as it is, and people big as Anton and other folks out here just really muddying the waters, that's what I meant by not you. I know you're just doing your take. What is the point of all of this thing, man? Because I
Well,
actually,
I'm done with the take now. I mean, because there's nothing new.
right,
There's nothing new to report on, and even when there is something new, I think I'll probably just leave it be. Um, it doesn't really make sense anymore, you know. But I mean, look, as far as everybody reporting on it, I don't really blame them, you know, for doing it.
right,
You know, because as far as I'm concerned, you know, Anton Daniels owes that space, and I'm going to say that space, not this space, because my space was not built off of Anton Daniels or his brand. You know, I had a platform. People, yes, I had help and I had support, but that shit came long before I knew who a fucking Anton Daniels was, or before there was a Fight Club or any of that shit. So that's not this space, but that space, yeah, Anton owes them motherfuckers reparations, income tax returns, and all of that shit. So I don't blame the motherfuckers. He owes all of them 50K fucking subs in reparations. So go ahead and get it. But you gotta ask yourself at what cost.
but why do you say that's on him? I mean, because the first thing I would say is they're all grown adults. I don't think any of them had a gun to their head. But it was also I still look at the factor of how much is you your own role have to play in whatever you got. How much of it you cause on yourself?
Well, okay, so I always said this, right?
Uh-huh.
There's an art to clout chasing. It's both an art, I guess you can say it's a science, but there's also an art to it. So, in other words, if you're going to clout chase and clout chase properly, and this is where a lot of people fuck up with it, you're supposed to take the spotlight
or a piece of it that's shining on someone else and put it on yourself. And when you have it, you don't give it back. But because the creativity in content creation is lacking tremendously.
It is
Because of that, people just give the spotlight back to the motherfucker who they took it from. They give the clout back to the motherfucker that they chased it off of.
That's why me myself personally, if anybody has paid attention at all, my little channel I've tried my best to kind of steer away from just doing reactions of other people's panels and stuff. I mean, it's okay to do. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Just putting the topic and what's being spoken about. If it's something relevant that I want to tap in on, I'll review it just because I'm going to give my take, and I probably didn't get a chance to on the show. So I can come to my channel and give my little take on this part and this piece and everything else, right? But overall, I've tried my best to just kind of just talk to you, just like what you're doing. Just talk to you. Like right now, what you're doing is content. This is actual content that you are creating because you're talking to the people. You know what I'm saying? You may reference some things, of course, you're talking about the space, but you don't have to pull up somebody's video in order to make it a show. And you don't have to have 50 people on your panel for it to be a show. You know how to make it a show. That's one thing I do notice about you. You know how to just talk to the people, bro. You know how to just air that shit out. And I can tell it's unscripted. Like, you're writing it down. You might take a few notes, but a lot of that's coming off the dome. I beat that.
No, it's all coming off. Don't get me wrong. I was going to do this yesterday, and I got a little bit busy at work, so I even had to change up the thumbnail. It was supposed to be yesterday's afternoon rant, and then I had an evening stream that I really wanted to do. By the way, y'all check out that Manosphere Highlights Daily review of that Tempting Fate movie. That was some wild shit. I don't know. Y'all can even check out the replay. Myself, Big Brenda Clark with the shits reviewed it yesterday. That was a Storytime Tuesday. That was definitely deep. That was a review of a review. I ain't gonna lie. But the reason why I did it was because, for the most part, the work had been done for me. I didn't have to do much editing. It was edited properly as far as not having to worry about a copyright infringement or anything like that. And it was, what I'm saying, just some questions that I thought were posed, in there that were good for the space.
I'm talking about when you're talking about clout wise and how you that's really all that happens. Like, even if you don't like the person, you're still giving them clout. You're putting their name out there, you're keeping them in the algorithm and everything. But I'm talking about, because I've done the same thing. I'll take maybe a human anatomy video or something. I'll do a little take, show a piece of the video, come back, give out a little take and everything. But what it is that I'm talking about, people just literally sit there and just play an entire live, bro. This person's live just got done 4 hours ago. You playing a whole 4 hours. I'm watching this person's live all over again. I'm watching your show because I wanted to see something, I guess, different. That's me. I'm not with the DMP conversation 24/7. I think that's oversaturated. I'm glad folks are slowly starting to steer away from that. I'm noticing that a little bit more in this space.
I appreciate y'all. And look, I'm the first one to say it. I see a lot of talent, in these spaces, more than I even believe that I possess. What up, Eva Evans? I don't say that, what I'm saying? I know a lot of people will take offense to shit. And I said, this is one of the reasons I usually give a state of the space address after the purge. I didn't have one. I didn't know what the fuck to say about the space this time. I really didn't. So I wasn't going to speak on some shit. I couldn't engage it. But I talk this shit because not because I don't think people can do better. I think it's because I think they can. I think people can do better, but they just choose not to. What you want to talk about on your channel is what you want to talk about. That's why it's your channel. Broadcast yourself. This is fucking YouTube. So whatever your views are on some shit, what I'm saying? If you want to talk about, somebody was mentioning talking about the war, You know what I'm saying? People were talking, you know what I'm saying, talk about politics. You want to talk about fucking relationships. You want to talk about dating. You want to talk about the state of men. You want to talk about the state of women. You know, you want to talk about, parenting, true crime, whatever the fuck it is you do, go ahead and do that. Ain't nobody, nobody really got a right to tell you that you're wrong. But at some point, it's got to be some kind of creativity, involved with that. And it doesn't mean that you got to reinvent the wheel. Like, okay, I got the first wheel with 4 corners on it. No, you don't have to do that. But like something, it's got to be something. So even if that means I got to come up here and purposely just freestyle this shit, no bullets, no nothing, just off the top of the dome. Even if it means I got to come up in 3 days from now or 2 days from now or tomorrow and contradict my motherfucking self. That's the fuck I'm gonna do.
And what I'm looking at more than anything is, I see it's not a. So for me, I would say my only pet peeve, if I would really say, is for the most part like the whole gender war part and spalding. I would say
that's over. I wouldn't even sweat that shit no more. That shit over.
Yeah, I know.
That shit over, dog.
No, man, but people still know folks real deal are trying their best to resuscitate it though. They are hitting it with a defibrillator. They trying to pump life back into it. I'm just saying, as far as like, that was the number one thing that was irritating my soul. Like, we're not getting nowhere. The reason why I felt like the conversations was a big circle jerk is because as long as you keep on pointing fingers, bro, nobody's going to take time to look at themselves. Ain't nobody got to fix nothing. Just get up on panels and we look for who's up there to see if we can start bashing. Certain characters are going to give you a certain kind of energy. The ladies do and the fellas do. And we was feeding off that shit. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, living, you learn, whatever. My whole thing is I just hope my people get their shit together a little bit better. Because like I said before, it's a whole lot that folks can really offer this space, and we shouldn't be looked at as like the slums and the bottom of the barrel of YouTube. It shouldn't be. It's a lot, like you said, it's a lot of talent over here, bro. From music, creativity, intelligence, book writing. Yo, we got some dope ass people over here, bro. It's just that, people are too busy going at each other's neck and doing dumbass rumors and being kids about the shit. That's the main reason why, Smitty. I mean, y'all see me, I pop up, I come around, but if you notice, I stay out of shit. I stay out of shit because I value my peace too damn much. Y'all not going to disturb the little bit of peace I got in my life. I love you, but I just my mic is muted.
That's all good. I got Soul Provider Speaks up here. Shout out to Soul Provider Speaks. What up?
Yo, what up? Hope you can hear me. I'm in the office right now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Too loud. But you had a good point. I think one of the things that people don't realize, even the new folks, is that people found that manosphere space because they were watching videos and uploads about what men were going through, not just with dating, but with life, mental, what was their mental like, what was their health like, what they were dealing with. Of course, you had gender wars and stuff, but I think most people that found, I would say, the big 3, Angry Man, O'Shea, Obsidian, Penguin, most of us found that space because that space was doing content on what Black men were going through. It wasn't about who's this person's side chick and what is the next tabloids on the next rapper, because that's what these new people are finding that space on. Oh, who's the new?
Is that just me or did he go out?
Nah, he went out.
Okay.
And that's why even back then people weren't taking that space seriously. But imagine how diluted that space is now. I mean, why would you even take that space even seriously now? That's why you have a lot of people like you or me who were in that, where we found that space, but we left because it's like, well, it's commercial now. It's just a bunch of McDonald's and Starbucks all over the place. I mean, we were there when we had KS interviewing, these OF chicks, Brittany Renners and all that stuff. And just watching it turn into, like I said, Starbucks, McDonald's, your TMZs, and like you said,
Soul just hit it right on the head.
Pretty much bullshit. So it's just crazy. Like, how things have shifted. But that's why I said maybe it's just money's the root of all evil, because maybe that's why that space is where they're at right now. Back then, you could watch like there were actually videos that could actually help people, and it didn't matter what their mic was or their quality or how entertaining that was. Sometimes the best video back then was just someone talking in the car and telling them what they went through. That was it. But
That's what I remember.
now, what these people are finding now, everyone.
Yeah, so you going out like every 5 seconds.
Yeah, I
all
think I
that
hear
really matters is the money. So yeah.
I hear what you're saying though.
Hold on, real quick, Smitty, because I got E Black to hit the panel too. E Black, I know E Black about to cook. You got the floor, E Black.
What's good, man?
Salute.
Man, I love a good morning rant. Get your blood going. You know what I mean? But man, yeah, man. I totally agree with you, man. I've been saying this for like my last couple of rants too. Like y'all niggas is sassy, man. Not y'all, but these niggas is sassy bitches. They and then what's confusing me is how can you not tell the difference between gossip and tea when we know what it is? Like remember I ran a show called The Tea Ladies?
Yes, sir.
So do you think I know the difference between tea? Like I literally ran a show with 3 females talking about what? Tea, gossip, reality TV show. I know what the fuck I'm watching. These niggas is sassy ass niggas coming up here talking about another man's Johnson. And we can't call it out. Motherfuckers getting mad at me because I'm saying, nigga, you bitch made. Niggas got all, and then I'm pointing out inconsistencies amongst niggas. Niggas get rah-rah and who they talk a gang of shit. Like nigga, you would beat the nigga up if you saw him. But then when the nigga on the panel with you square up like bitches. Niggas, all these niggas been sitting on Fight Club for years. And now you're telling me you now got this smoke? Y'all ain't had one ball in y'all nutsack to drop, and now all of a sudden niggas got all this smoke. Man, come on, man. Like, we know what it is. It's a play for broke-ass, dusty niggas trying to get their fucking YouTube up. And yeah, go ahead, get your little gas money. Go ahead, get all that little stuff that you think you're acquiring. But look, I've seen plenty of channels fall with the same premise. Y'all all niggas clicking up. Like, come on, man. We know the play. And that's not, and don't get mad when we call it in. The thing about it is this. If you make a career out of calling out somebody inconsistencies, guess what somebody's going to make a career out of? Calling out your inconsistencies. So don't act like a bitch now when we're calling it out. So that's all I got to say. That's my morning rant.
No, that's real. Hey, y'all want to add to that? I mean, I can't even.
Yeah, I was going to say something else. For you people that are monetized, and you mentioned this on another stream, Ant-Man, about quantity versus quality, right? Look at the frequency of how everyone's streaming right now. I'm pretty sure on most people's analytics, they're noticing that they're probably not making that much money on each stream like that, right? Hence why they have to keep streaming over and over again because, well, I mean, quantity, right? But the problem with quantity is, once again, diluted. It's diluted, Back in the day, you could stream maybe once, 3 times a month and you're chilling. Or do a couple uploads and you're chilling. But now, everyone's going live every Monday to Sunday, constantly on the same topic. Tabloids, TMZ shit. How much are these people even making before they burn out? Like, I mean, you can't even tell who has the personality or not. But go ahead.
I want to know this from you guys, E Black, especially considering what he just said. So my question is, then how do we know? Because this is what I do want to know. Because I do believe as content creators, it is a certain amount of we are the new. We are the new form of news. People don't watch Fox and CNN like that. They're coming over here trying to do what we do and giving people the information. So how do we decipher, somebody just giving you the news and what you call them gossip girls type dudes? Like how am I supposed to be able to spot the difference in that? I ain't gonna lie. For me, I be wondering, like, are they really gossiping or are they talking about a topic, a story? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the difference. Oh, go ahead, Auntie.
Okay, now and I'm gonna be quick with that. And maybe y'all share the sentiments or not. I mean, look, the difference is okay when it comes to the news, there would be some kind of journalistic integrity involved, right? So people would actually do research. I wouldn't recommend that people depend on these folks for the news, because people are just doing shit for clicks and views. That's it. So there's going to be all types of clickbait. People are going to make shit up. You see, a topic is still going on. I see people's names in titles. You know what I'm saying? You'll have two people's name in a title. Somebody be live with two folks' names in the title, and these same two people are live elsewhere talking about the same shit. It's like, bro, you got half the story, but yet you're discussing it while it's still going on.
But we've seen many times where Fox and CNN and MSNBC will all.
That's not news. I mean, people can go live about whatever the fuck they want to go live about or talk about whatever they want. But
Yeah.
when folks are discussing half of the story,
right,
half of the story or bits and pieces and shit like that, that's when it becomes gossip. That's literally what gossip is. I give my piece, you give your piece. E Black gives his piece. I'm gonna go to Pass in a second. He'll give his piece. Well, matter of fact, I'm a round robin on this real quick, and then we're gonna get to you, Pass it. So don't lose your thought. And then hopefully we can put the pieces to the puzzle together and come up with the actual story. That's gossip. That's literal gossip. Okay. And you just see more of that shit.
Okay, overstood. I got you. I was just wondering, like, how do y'all see the difference between if I'm giving and I'm being messy?
Now, the difference to me is the effort in, like what Auntie said, in the journalistic integrity. There is a journalistic integrity. Sometimes you can't put out a story without two sources, without paperwork.
At least two.
Yeah.
This space used to have journalistic integrity. We used to break stories. We used to break stories like as soon as we used to break stories within hours of them happening, like real news stories, and we would cover it from a everyday person's experience of understanding these news stories. The problem is when we started making ourselves news stories, we started reacting to each other's panels and like we were really newsworthy. This kind of goes back to Anton Daniels. Like there was a time and a place where he wasn't as newsworthy. I'm telling you, this space would at one point would have been talking about the midterm elections that happened yesterday. They would have been talking about Iran. Like I'm telling you, I'm not saying this space has ever been perfect, but we did cover the news and do research. We used to read art at one point. Believe it or not, they say niggas can't read. You had niggas like DS1, Auntie did, I did it. We would find news articles and break them down paragraph for paragraph and let the panel come up and break down what they was comprehending through the literature or the journal. So at one point we was doing that, but we kind of fell off from that. That was entertaining at one point. I don't know if it is now.
I don't know. I don't think niggas really give a fuck no more. I think niggas. I really think what happened is, you got to understand, Anton did create a sphere, whether we like to believe it or not. A sassy group of niggas. I hope every nigga that he's offsprung has been sassy as fuck, and most of the niggas below them is sassy as fuck. So I think they're all just kind of have the sassy ass mindset of just, whether they want to say it or not, just be a bag chaser, and they're just following the only thing that they've seen him do is do half-ass reactions in the morning or in the night, and then do panels, and kind of just what it's been watered down to. They don't have no real original I came before. I don't want to say I came before. Pause. I came before Anton, but like when Anton like had 20,000, 30,000 subs, like I saw him as a peer. You know, I respected him, but it was like I didn't like I came onto the internet as under the thought of, hey, I'm going to contribute what I contribute. A lot of these niggas don't see it like that. It's like that whole saying with rappers that, you know, when you come under somebody under others record label, what are they always going to be as high as the person that they talk on their record company, right?
Yeah,
It's
but
the same mentality.
this space wasn't so consolidated at one
Yeah,
point. The consolidation of the intellectual properties of black people
yeah,
is insane to me because this space was never like that. You
yeah,
had this the black space has so many sectors and so much stuff going on back in like 2000. I mean, probably before then, but I know definitely in 2018 there was so much different intellectual properties and spaces and different thought processes that there's no way you could have consolidated under a brand of Anton Daniels. There's no way. And I do think that Kevin Samuels did consolidate a lot of black YouTube under one tent. He had, black people love to be fly. We love to talk about relationships. We love to talk about finances, and we love to talk about like he consolidated a lot of our interests under one tent.
yeah,
And I think that's what's happening with Anton Daniels. Like black people are way more multifaceted than the consolidation of Anton hot dog costume wearing Daniels.
yeah. I
Well,
agree.
here's the thing that's different though. When remember we were roasting KS though. That's the thing. You didn't big him up.
Yeah.
It was the new people that jumped through the portal when he got trending and viral that started to big him up. But the difference with Anton is you new people were bigging him up from the get go. And now some of these new guys are complaining about him, but you guys bigged him up. I mean, from the get go, from what I remember. I mean, when I was watching Lakeith and Fight Club early on, I mean, that's the difference. I think it's completely different.
I mean, believe it or not, I don't think. Okay, so you can remember even with KS, I can't speak for when he was like on panels and stuff like that. I really didn't watch too many live streams. I found Kevin Samuels through Facebook, but I had already known other creators in the space, before Kevin Samuels. But when I got in here, that's when the Kevin Samuels wave kind of started. I think he might have been at like maybe 50 or 60,000 or some shit like that, and then he just blew up. People were giving him pushback, and then other folks were bigging him up. It was kind of like a 60-40 half thing, and I think that's a good thing. That was a good thing. You know what I'm saying? If you really trending in these fucking space, like if the balance is necessary.
Yeah.
And I think like what I'm seeing here, even with this Anton Daniels situation, is folks are scared of the balance and the pushback. It's like, okay, I'm going to Anton Daniels. Fuck, people shouldn't be going. I can't deal with people can't deal with the pushback for going at him. So they're like, okay, I got to switch it up now. And it's like, yo,
No, they're not saying they're going to switch it up. They're mad at you for actually questioning you.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Some people are mad about people questioning them and shit like that, which is that's understandable. That's supposed to happen. It's supposed to be some people that agree with you and some people that don't. I think that's necessary for the space to grow. Like, I know Pastor can speak on this, Soul can speak on it too. I think those times when everybody would get together for the debates, because that's what made me start watching a lot of the live streams on replay and shit, was when I would get all of these uploads and shit popping up in my feed, and then I might catch some feed with all the motherfuckers on a panel arguing.
Because nobody
or debating
got along
each other
back
on
then.
their talking points.
Nobody got along back then.
Yeah.
No body,
there's a lot of
guys
different games.
alone.
But that's how audiences were being combined. You know, people were getting familiar with each other in the space, and then new channels were starting to spark up and form. You know, because of that, people are scared of debate and shit like that now. It's all about clicking the fuck up now.
It is.
It
Let me
is.
ask this, man.
Because
got-
I'm not from the black YouTube where you needed a crew to be successful.
Yeah, that's some new stuff they got. But let me ask you this real quick while it's on my mind, and whoever else want to respond to it, cool. All right, I mean, cause just before we get too far, because it just popped in my head. So when I was talking about the gossip and news, right? I'm going to name 2 content creators, and you tell me if they news or gossip, and that'll right there tell me. O'Shea and Pink Book Lessons.
O'Shea's definitely gossip.
Yeah, I would say
Pink Book
O'Shea is
Lessons
gossip. Yeah, I would say O'Shea is gossip, and Pink Book Lessons leans a little more toward news.
Yeah, Pink Book Lessons is more news.
Yeah.
But O'Shea, he tell you he's celebrity junk. He tell you he gossip. O'Shea ain't covering. No, Pink Book Lessons is up there. She not savvy. Like, and I don't know if y'all heard of her before, but she is more newsworthy. But Pink Book Lessons, baby, she from around back from our day though. She from back in the gap though. She ain't new to this.
Right. Now, I was just wondering real quick because that right there tell me I'm surprised because I really thought y'all would say O'Shea was more news, but okay, that's all.
No.
I was about to say, what do you think about that, E Black?
Yeah, I think O'Shea is definitely gossip. I mean, I think just based on the way that he kind of combines. Now he will try to combine different videos, which could be categorized as news. But I think even he knows that the rate that he pushes content out, he's just piecing it together sometimes as they come along. You know,
Once again,
which could be gossip.
It goes back to the money thing. He chose money. I mean, that's basically what he chose.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Okay, now I was just curious. I appreciate that, fella.
Because there's a couple of times O'Shea will have a video about this situation is happening, and then he'll combine 2 or 3 content creators based on the overarching thing, which could be considered news. But if the gossip part is when you're holding together narratives without really related, like verified sources. That's when it becomes like real gossipy.
Like more of a bias.
Matter of fact, let me go back to Bolo's comment right here, which he gave the definition. You know, the Merriam-Webster's definition. That's what it looked like, because you motherfuckers don't know who Merriam-Webster is. But gossip. Casual or unconstrained conversation or reports about other people, typically involving details that are not confirmed as being true.
Playing telephone. Got you.
Remember, I've been saying that's when it becomes gossip. And you got a lot of gossip disguised as news because people just spew opinions and hearsay as if they're facts, as if they're confirmed facts.
Yeah, that's what I hate though. I cannot stand that though, bruh. Like how people would just go off on an opinion, and it's like, if I like my best friend Terry more than you, and if they say it's true, it just gotta be true. Terry don't like you, so I don't like you, and that's when I'm like, okay, all right. When we gonna grow up, bro? I thought we supposed to have that out our system.
But my issue is not even that. My issue is the simple fact that, okay, I've always been told that if I criticize another man, then guess what? I'm gonna get criticized. And I can't act like a bitch when I do it. If I steal out of your pocket and somebody steal out of my pocket, that's karma. And everybody's acting like bitches when you call, hey, you're stealing out his pocket. And then we start getting on their ass, and then it's like everybody acting like that ain't the way the game's supposed to go.
Bro, I mean, okay, I can agree with you, but at the same time, I personally don't blame anybody that was from Fight Club, Lapeef, or any of Anton's panels, for getting their bread when it comes to this or getting their subs. I believe that bro, that's like That's like filing for your income tax at the end of the year. Fuck that. You worked all year. You get your money. You earned it. It's yours. He owes y'all. I believe that he owes that space way more than that space owes him. So go ahead. Hungry dogs ain't supposed to be loyal.
Yeah,
Real shit.
there's nothing wrong getting my
Auntie, Auntie, you might be on to something. I didn't even think of it that way.
Not for real. You know?
He kind of when he did kind of cut it out, he did let a lot of his children out in the streets. You're kind of right.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah.
Speaking
okay,
of children,
so I would say this, right? Now, real quick. I think Anton magooed into some shit, which was Fight Club. And I don't think I think that he didn't realize what he had, but once he realized what it was, it scared him, so he shut it down. And he thought he just had a show where he can make some money. He didn't have to be there, and it was just a successful business that he didn't have to be there for it to run. But what he actually had was a fucking content creator factory. Like, you were literally able to give people exposure that they wouldn't have got otherwise, and then people are able to build up their platforms off of yours and springboard it. He saw that shit as a problem or a threat. That's why he shut it down. That's my opinion.
I heard him talk about it. I actually remember he said that.
And I'm like, how the fuck is that a problem or a threat? That's a great thing.
I remember hearing him actually talk about that, Auntie, some years back when he first shut down the Fight Club and stuff. And what I remember specifically him saying is he's trying to take a different direction, and he was saying that the Fight Club stuff was getting a little too messy. I'm pretty sure Black know what I'm talking about. He's been through some circumstances, we all know. And, you know, people's families and everything else. And that's why I heard him say he shut it down. Now, if that's the truth or not, I don't know. But that is what he said. So I do, you know.
But what kind of hypocrisy is that when you look at this? Look at what the fuck is going on now. You know, say Fight Club was messy. Look at what the fuck you into now. You was just on Tasha K, nigga.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Well, I'm saying I remember that's what he was saying. He said he's trying to.
Yeah, you want to? No, that motherfucker had a problem with folks like an Black, like a Fatty, like an Ali, even like a J Prince or a Sharon or whatever the fuck, being able to build up their brands and platforms off of his. Which I'm like, bro, that's some shit that you like. That's a good thing. I just saw. I was like, that a businessman would see a good opportunity there. You know, to have that's a new business, bro. You literally have a factory where cream can rise to the top. You know, cream can rise to the top. You let these people debate, argue, all of that shit. You know, and you know, of course, you had the perfect host for the shit in Aaron O. You know, like him or not, he was a perfect host for the show. And also, you get to keep the content fresh as these people are building their own platforms. It makes room for more people to come in and build their platforms. And one thing that's not necessary for it to run is Anton Daniels. It doesn't need you.
But what if he made a self-sustaining? You know what I'm saying?
I think he didn't like that. He didn't like that. That's why he rebranded into something that he's on every fucking night. He saw it as a threat.
But he was still doing his own show at that time when they was doing that.
He didn't have to stop doing his own show, but he also didn't have to stop doing that one. Go ahead, E Black.
What about when TLA was kind of doing the same thing then?
What do you mean?
Because TLA, remember, every time TLA went live, he would go live for like 8 hours, and a dozen content creators would, you know, on his channel. It was kind of the same thing.
I mean, I just don't think that's a bad thing. I think the content stays fresh. I mean, I know I had that brief conversation with Anton and Aaron, and they were talking about it like it was a problem. You know, people growing their own platforms, you know, kind of going off and doing their own thing, and then, you know, they're not coming back to Fight Club. So they kind of wanted that shit to be more of just like a cat, like they wanted the panelists to be more like cast members. rather than
I've
you know.
noticed.
And I thought it was a place for people that were already creators that were making their bags throughout the course of the week to what I'm saying come through on the weekend and spar a little bit and throw their bags around, with the bounties and all of that other shit. And I was like, yo, that's a cool concept. I don't see no problem with it, and
Yeah,
yeah, you can do
I
it
think
weekly, but
I think the
yeah.
bounties, the incitement of the bounty, kind of killed the purity of it. Because I was attracted to it because it was like you was right. You'd be able to like have conversations with other content creators unfiltered. And if you had to wait, you had to wait.
Well, I thought the bounties were necessary for that show because, okay, open panels are straight when you got under 200 people live viewing. As soon as that shit gets up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 motherfuckers, you kind of got to do something to cycle them out. You can't just pin a link because there's never going to be an open spot. So I thought bounties were cool. I mean, how they run the business is how they run the business, but an open panel for something called Fight Club is like an oxymoron in itself. Is it really a club if you just let anybody up there?
Honestly, I would say like briefly, the only thing that I see like all right, the bounty system was definitely very creative. Like I was saying to myself, like, damn, that's pretty dope. It's pretty cool. But
they didn't create bounties.
Over time, started to see is that it really did take away from the I ain't gonna say authentism of the conversation, but it really diluted it because it's like you wouldn't get a chance to hear people have their back and forth. People didn't get a chance to really get their word out because all somebody got to do is drop that dub on you and you will find it. You see?
Well, but the thing is, okay, so here's what I said, and E-Black can push back on this. If all a motherfucker got to do is drop a dub on you and you're quiet, you really shouldn't be talking anyway. You broke.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Touche.
You broke.
I give you that. I'm just saying as far as like
if all it takes is $20 for me to silence you, you probably should have been in the audience in the first place.
Yeah, but it fucks up the flow of the conversation.
So you can't bounce back with at least two comebacks. If you can't at least come back twice at least before you like F it. I get you. I'm saying as far as just people being able to talk. There have been many times, and I know people know what I'm talking about, where it's like, damn, man, I wanted to hear what they had to say. And it's like, because of the bounty system, you weren't able to. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But other than that, it is creative. I don't knock it.
Go ahead.
I think the conversation, what happened was, I was talking to Anton about.
You're real low, E-Black, by the way. You're really low.
I tried to turn him up, but his settings are on auto. They keep going back.
Yeah, my fault. I'm in the car. I'm in the car right now. Hold on. Let me switch audio. All right, is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. So
better. Yeah.
I remember I was talking to Anton about it was something about the booty warrior, right? I got dropped down like 2 or 3 times during that conversation. While yeah, it's cute and it's funny, and yeah, I brought myself back just to have a conversation, it still diluted the conversation. The conversation, I believe, needed to be had. Like that's stuff that's
Thank you.
That's the stuff that I think what happened is that you purity of it by the overall fix. So maybe after I was thinking about what you were saying, and you were saying basically after a certain amount of people, yeah, you do have to psych them out. I do agree. Yeah. Maybe they should have modified it. Hey, after we get to 200 people, 300 people, the bounties are at this level and this level, and modified it to where you can keep a purity of the conversation. And I think that left, but the whole point of dilution of the conversation, the people on the outside see money on the floor. Right. Have you ever seen a nigga? Hold on. Let me just say this one thing. Have you ever seen a nigga jealous of a stripper picking up money?
Nah.
Nah.
but I have, and that shit don't look good.
Oh wow. Now I ain't never seen that.
But you gotta watch. See, these niggas. What happened was these
I see niggas get kicked
became
out of the
jealous
club
of
for
the
stupid shit
stripper.
like that.
These niggas got jealous of the stripper, and that's what you end up having the offsprings.
Look, I mean, I said it like this, and I'm not gonna tell anybody how to run their show or anything like that. But I mean, just like with YouTube, the formula is in the name. It's YouTube. You're supposed to do you. And I thought Fight Club was pretty much the same goddamn thing. It's a club, so you want to join the club, become a fucking member. Like it's really that simple. So there should have been some extra consideration for motherfuckers with memberships. And then you could have ran little promotions and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that other people were just able to speak. But when you got an open panel, 1,000 motherfuckers, like I know this shit just from when I do the purge and shit like that. If I got fucking 1,200 goddamn live viewers, I gotta make sure there's a green room feature and shit like that. Because y'all are gonna people are gonna cop a squat and people are gonna hit the panel or try to hit the panel. They're gonna see studio full. So how are we gonna keep this shit going? And then we have to institute different things to kind of keep shit going. So I understood that, and I understand what MOT is saying. Like, nah, people shouldn't have to pay to speak. But if this is a club, like, and you want like cast members to be able to speak and get their shit out, then that's why you you have a control panel. But as soon as you pin that link, anybody can come up. Anybody can come up. So now you're open to trolls. You're open to people just up here chasing clout. You know what I'm saying? If they see Angry Man up there, they're just going up there to cuss him out. If they see Anton up there, they're just going up there to cuss him out just so they can get 15 seconds of fucking fame. You know? So you got to have some kind of checks or on shit like that, because we still in the space full of trolls, whether people want to admit that shit or not.
But see, my thing, Auntie, is this though, right? I get you on that. Touche, brother. I give you that. My thing is, I always heard people in this space talk about let's have the conversation. Solution. I'm always hearing solution and let's have the conversation. When you have a bounty system, you kill all of that. So I'm not saying don't have one, but if you do have one, me personally, I'm thinking to myself, you're not really about the conversation. Because I want to hear what you got to say. I don't care whatever they don't like it, whatever they can turn, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But let's talk. But I do get it because, see, I think, the bounty system, what I recognize myself, the bounty system overall has replaced merch. I remember when I first came here, everybody had T-shirts and hats and hoodies. Nobody is really advertising merch anymore. I'm not saying nobody has it, but I'm noticing, I feel like bounties is what is replacing when people will be more creative and come up with a design, come up with some. I got my own shirts. I got I digress, my mic is muted shirt. I got a shirt with my beat sign and everything. I do that myself. So I think that when people stop doing the merch, and is when the bounty's really, really raised up, if you think about the timing of it. Because I don't even see that shit at the bottom of people's page like that no more. And I'm talking about certified, modified shows. So I believe that it just really turned about the money. Once that bounty system hit, everybody said ching ching. The quickest, easiest way to get you a quick $200 or whatever for the day, real quick. Come up on this bad boy, let people drop each other real quick on some Cash App and super chats. Man, you done did it. So that's why I'm saying I don't knock it, because I love any loophole a person can figure out to try to get their bag up. Figure out them loopholes in life, man. Do what you got to do. But all I'm saying is that then I think that we should stop saying that we want to have a conversation. Stop saying it's about any form of solution. Stop saying you care about them damn kids. You don't care about none of that shit except the bread. And if that's what it is, then let that be what it is. And I can respect that a lot more. But stop trying to trick me. That's how I feel. But I digress. My mic is muted.
Go ahead, E Black. You got it.
No, I kind of parallel the same sentiment, so I'm not gonna, add on too much to what he just said.
Like I say, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. But when it becomes the entire premise, now you're telling me that your business model is to put shit on the menu and charge people to take it off. So then it comes to
repeat that one
it comes to hey, I gotta have people up here saying the most egregious shit and doing the dumbest shit, and then I'm gonna charge my supporters to get rid of it.
So purposely
that's
pull
not
up
necessarily cool.
I'm gonna purposely pull up somebody like a.
But I understood how, like for example, Taz was on Fight Club one night. Taz, yeah, they tried to kick Taz with that bounty shit, but Taz was able to sit up on that motherfucker all night until he ain't want to sit up there all night. You know, until he ain't want to sit up there no more without kicking out a dime because he had that much support. His supporters made sure he ain't have to worry about shit. Somebody drop him for a dub, boom, he's right back up. He personally doesn't have to kick out a fucking dime.
Not too many people have that effect.
Understandable. That's why I say not too many people should really have that voice that y'all talking about.
Hold on. So you saying that not everybody should be given a mic? Really?
You should be given a mic, but it doesn't mean that you should be able to keep it unless you're willing to fucking put your money where your mouth is. Look, I was told this shit. I can remember when I first got into the space. I think I got into it with Fantastic on and it was respectful. Shout out to L Nix. I'm gonna read that super chat in just a second. But I got into it with Fantastic, and this was on Platinums or whatever. And I probably had about 65 subs, if that, on one channel. So nobody knows who the fuck I am. So I'm going at him, and he said, "Look, man, before you come at me, man, you gonna have to get yourself a channel and do some content, man. Like I don't know who the fuck you are." And granted, you know what I'm saying, there's people in the chat, people saying, "Yo, man, who the fuck is he to just pull rank and shit like that?" And me, the motherfucker he came at, I'm like, you know what? He's right. He's right. So I use that shit as motivation to build my goddamn channel.
So you believe that real quick before Bolo gets...
Before I come at somebody that's built some shit, I need to build some shit.
So you believe that there's a hierarchy here, or there should be?
I don't think there should. Okay, if a panel is going to be considered neutral ground, I believe it should be like that. You know what I'm saying? It should definitely be like that. But at some point, like people that have built some shit shouldn't be able to just be checked by motherfuckers that haven't. And there should be a way to keep score on that. You know, so if a motherfucker's able to just drop that YT bag on your ass and you ain't got a YT bag, get the fuck down, shut the fuck up.
I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to you, Bolo.
Shout out to Bolo, man. What up?
What's going on, man? I just came up to echo something, and then I dropped.
My bad. Before you do that, I got to read this super chat, and then I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to give it right to you, bro. Shout out to L Nix. He said, there's no solution for a topic remixed 500 times over the last 9 years, 8 hours of stream. If it has to be talked about that many times, it's just a topic. Copy, cut, paste, trigger, and act clueless. Damn. Shout out to L Nixon, always dropping them gems. Appreciate that.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Bolo, you got the floor, bro.
Yeah, that's definitely a fact. You know, Cats is just repurposing circular conversations, and it loses its authenticity, and it becomes disingenuous when you're talking about conversations. But, you know, speaking on the topic of bounties, you know, you dilute the conversation. You do, like, you know, and the reason why you dilute the conversations, because if you have a person that doesn't have a wallet as big as yours, but yet they have more sound argument or more sound conversation than you do, then you're able to shut them down pertaining to a conversation that might need to be had. And it kind of echoes what, you know, Smitty was saying, right? So if you're going to have a club and you're going to have certain people in that club, to what you're saying, Auntie, then we need to understand that this conversation, if we're having a conversation that is serious and a conversation that need to be had, then we're going to have certain people that I know is qualified and quantified to have this conversation. Those that are just the trolls, and you kind of know who the trolls are and who are not going to add to the conversation. You need to sit this one out for the next half hour 20 minutes or whatever the situation might be. But if you're just going to have the antics of just moving around and doing things, then, you know, it's the curator of the space. What's this portion going to be? Are we talking about the Black community? Are we talking about, you know, fatherhood? Are we talking about motherhood? Are we talking about depression and this and that in mental health? There has to be a seriousness in the conversation. However, if it's just going to be something that we just gonna just see who's mentally acrobatic and who's mentally more fortified than the other, as long as the strategy of the conversation is known, then you can kind of move forward. But if you're mixing all of these things into what Smitty was saying, it kind of dilutes the conversation, right? It makes no sense to have that conversation, because what if I don't have that much of a following, but yet I have the cure to cancer? And he has more bread than me. He can silence me, right? So, you know, there's nuance to these conversations, you know, and that's the point. You know, what happens is, to what Smitty was saying about the T-shirts and things of that nature, you know, what that was, that showed who supported you. That showed, you know, I rock with this cat in his message and I'm a supporter. This right here is just arbitrary. You have, you know, idiots that make money because they got lucky. And here it is, you have something you need to say and something that needs to be heard in this ether. But because I don't like Auntie, I'm gonna throw this $500 bounty in this situation. I understand that there's a time and place for it. So I get that. But if we're having a serious conversation and you know that we're up here to have a serious conversation, for you to put up a bounty, and for anyone that doesn't like what Smitty or E-Black has to say, they can get dropped. That's a disingenuous conversation. That's not a conversation I want to be a part of. And that's
exactly where I've been, Bolo. And even down to when you were talking about when you were saying how if you want to really have the conversation, then, you know, the bounty system. Because, all right, so this is my thing. What I believe is that when you said don't let certain cats up, what it is that people, and I'm just getting my thoughts together, we're too focused on numbers and losing folks. People are too worried about not having their panel look full. People would rather bring up 3 more extra people that's going to be a total distraction and derailment just to make their panel look lit. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to being like, nah, not on this one. You see what I'm saying? So between not wanting to lose supporters and not wanting to lose numbers, and then on top of that, folks, just know if I bring this person up, they're going to say something that somebody's not going to like, and I'm about to get paid. I know I'm about to get paid off of what this knucklehead about to say. That's how they look at it. So it's about the support and the views and the numbers, which again, to land it, that's what let me know it's not about a genuine conversation. So if it's about just strictly entertainment and it's like a pop the balloon type of thing, then let it be that. But don't be sitting up here and trying to run game on me, and y'all keep trying to fake and talk about the community and kids and family and solutions. And you got a bunch of people that got some really dope stuff to say, and y'all just be blocking it out. That's just my personal opinion.
I agree with you 100.
I digress. My mic is muted.
Is that Bolo TV?
That's me, E-Black. What's going on, my G? How you feeling, baby?
I'm good, man. Is your phone broke?
It's not. The last phone
just don't never answer. He don't answer.
The last phone call I remember was me to you. So don't even go there, my brother.
Okay. I was just checking.
Do not go there, sir.
Okay. Hey. I need some advisement too sometimes.
All right. Well, you got my number. My number has not changed, E-Black. I've had that same number for over 30 years. It has not changed.
Too.
He ain't changed the number. He threw the phone in the ocean. That's all. He threw it in the river one day. He ain't changed the number. That's all he did.
Yeah, but see, I you know, just to add it, and then I'll drop, and you know, what's going on, man, tomorrow? This is my thing, man. if we're gonna have the conversation, because now you give a mic to somebody and someone that necessarily wouldn't say nothing, now they have something to say. And again, you know, a clock can be, a clock is right twice a day. They may have something on this topic, so let's hear it. You give everybody a shot. But if you're going to create a conversation, I think that what should be said is this is the topic, right? If it's a club, the different people, kind of to what Auntie was saying. We know the people are going to be serious in this conversation. We're going to have it for an hour. You know what I'm saying? Because, you want to switch it up at times. We're going to have a conversation for this hour. And we know the people are going to be serious, and we know what the trolls are. So the trolls, y'all need to chill out for a second. Bounties are off. This is the conversation because this is something that needs to be heard because it's about propelling the culture forward and propelling whatever the situation might be, and it needs to be had. After that hour, okay, now we can go into the shenanigans or whatever the situation might be. But in the middle of us having a conversation, and because the point that you're trying to make may not be falling the way you think it should be falling, and you may have more supporters in your camp or in this spot, and they drop someone that is actually making good points, that's disingenuous to me. In places like that, that's entertainment. That's not a place of me wanting to learn and hear these conversations in a serious thought process. So to what Smitty was saying, I agree 100% that you fool me, and you said this too, Auntie, with the the thumbnails and all these different things. The curator of the space is in control of how it's set up. You just can't give children a house and say run amok and then blame the children. It's the curator of the platform. So it's bounties, I think, changed the landscape of conversation, and it's a money grab. All of these cats are in it for a money grab. That's all it is. It's not to propel the people forward. They'll tell you, well, I got the answer, but for you to get it, join my Patreon. I mean, didn't you hate when, and I would assume that all of us have children on this panel. Didn't you hate when you're in the middle of the day and at 12 o'clock they'll tell you, emergency, there's baby food that has poison in it. Tune in at 6 o'clock. It's like, why would you put that at 12? I could be feeding my baby this right now. Why wouldn't you just say this baby food or that type of baby food? That's what they're doing. Now, again, I'm not against someone making their money. I'm definitely not against it. However, there's a decorum and there should be a respect in how you do it. And that's where I stand on.
Respect to that.
But there ain't no respect in money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like once you say money and respect in the same sentence, man, it don't jive together. I mean, dude, I've been here for a long time, man. These people were never serious about any of this stuff. All this stuff is a money grab at this point. I mean, they're just taking conversations we had 10, 12 years ago and just redoing it in front of a whole bunch of other people who ain't gonna take no action of any sufficient type of thing, man. And I mean, because most people are here for money. They're money motivated. I mean, for me personally, I don't like being around that get the bag sociopath shit because what I do and I just clearly tell a person, okay, if that were to happen to you, would you want that to happen? Then all of a sudden, cop and please and all this kind of other stuff. That's why I just kick back, man, because most of these people here, they don't have no level of decorum and they're trying to build their own, illicit ninja money, thing, and I don't want to be a part of it. So, we've already done that. Right now is the get your stuff together and do action time, but a lot of people ain't on that. A lot of people want to sit here and waste time, like L. Nixon said. He been here a long time too. Like, dude, like, look at the people who was here when I was here 10, 12 years ago. What are they doing? Still having a conversation about stuff that they had the conversation 12 years ago. No action, and there's no action. There's no follow through piece. There's just people coming in, rehaving a conversation in front of other people. And the bounty system is just like a graduated version of the get the bag kind of stuff. I mean, I see a lot wrong with it, especially calling yourself, pro-black or solution-based oriented, type shit, and you're doing shit that we've done, and then say you don't fuck with the manosphere when you're doing manosphere content while you're doing all this shit, right? Or you have like the the dudes who want to kiss ass and lay up on under mommy type shit. It's just a way to keep the chaos going. Like a lot of people came here to decompress after work. I had to fucking realize that that's what the issue and the deal is. I got motherfuckers to help in the real world get to real money without this shit. And what I do at this point is I do a content on it. I see what these dudes are subscribed to, and I just decide not to help them. End of the fucking day, people should be beyond this shit. And there ain't nobody who's trying to get their shit together, who's trying to hold this shit in or stay tightly affixed to it while they get their shit together. There ain't no reason for that either. But at the end of the day, you got to be okay with walking away. And yes, these are structured conversations. Structured conversations. There's no progression around to it, because if these conversations wasn't here, what would these dudes do? They'd be trying to find some other way else to waste time and not really take any real action or anything else, man. So you just gotta let people have it, man. That's the only way they could be able to produce. I don't respect the shit, but that's just where it is. It's stolen valor of people who put in the work on it. Then they just pick the shit up, run with it, don't learn the history, not trying to learn the history, cop and please, letting motherfuckers off the hook. I ain't with that shit. I'm too serious of a dude to continue to be wasting my time with people who ain't trying to get that shit together, man. So thanks for having me on.
Let me just add this to what you said. I agree with 99% what you said. The only part that I'll give a little tiny pushback is on the money portion of it, right? The Bible tells you the love of money is the root of evil, not money in itself. Money is a resource to use. So when we just say money is evil, we're taking onus off of the person that is disingenuous in these spaces and selling their soul for the money, right? So we do that, and I think we sometimes we don't catch ourselves doing it, and we'll just say money ruined everything. Nah, money didn't ruin everything. You can get money respectfully. You can get money and still have character and integrity with it, right? And again, we're not all perfect. None of us are perfect. We slip and we fall. That's the nature of the game. But we can do it with some type of integrity and character. You dig what I'm saying? So
I don't think so. I mean, you got to name some people. Name some people who have done it, and please don't say Kevin Samuels. But but name some people who have done it in a respectful manner and had honest conversation. I mean, it can be done. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I have not seen it yet. In 14 years, I have not seen it.
See, you just proved my point. You dig what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's a money grab. You're 100% correct on that. And you've been here for 14. I've been here like 4.5. Maybe that. So you've been here much longer than me. So you have more history and understanding pertaining to it. So something like this, I would be quiet and hear because you have more history in the game than I do. So it's not something that can't be done because it's something. Listen, it's easier to go with the crowd, man of tomorrow. It's harder to stand up and be that maverick and create that own lane because there's no money in it. And this is why God tells us, give us this day our daily bread. Cats don't want daily bread no more. Cats want they want to be rich. You know what I'm saying? In the way to
Let me tell you who actually I'm incorrect. There was a person who was actually doing it right when he first started. BGS was doing it right when he first started. Then the Kevin Samuels shit happened, and then he's on the shit that he's on now. But when he first started, like when I didn't have a platform, and I actually went up there, and me and Angry Man kind of got into it because I said some out of pocket shit, and I had to admit that I was fucking wrong afterwards. He know what the situation was, but you know, at that point is when there was no bounty systems, there was nothing, and motherfuckers was donating. I was fucking donating like a motherfucker to people, and this is like a long ass time ago. And then it became I want to live off of not solving problems,
Correct.
and that's
100.
when it kind of and I had to kind of step back and be like, and then like I became like the anti-manosphere dude when I was here donating all these motherfuckers in the manosphere, dropping $100, $500 on, and then
Wow.
it just I had
Well,
to
let
see
me.
that whole shit, man. That shit was and I felt bad after a while. You know, you get that $4,000 check from fucking what is that fucking shit, AdSense or whatever. But I wasn't talking about shit. Conversation didn't move. I didn't tell motherfuckers how to get to the money. I was just out here, just motherfucker, just fucking destroying fucking dating coaches. That's how I built my channel. But then again, the people didn't want to take the action after the shit was over with. They weren't like, nah, man, why don't you go out to ARC again? Like, I talked to ARC offline. ARC, this shit is a hustle for him. No, you lying. I'm like, what the fuck? Not, no, I didn't talk to everybody behind the scenes, but it's just that I understand that people need to decompress after work. I'd rather dudes decompressing after work than to going quote.
And we lost you.
Believe it or not, some of these people, if they don't have this outlet to let some of that anger go, regardless of how it comes out on panels sometime. But at the end of the day, there had to be like a progression piece, and I couldn't just keep sitting there doing the same thing over and over again. And trust me, I've seen people get $8,000, $9,000 checks a month, and now they don't have a platform because they looked at all the money that they was paying out. Like, hey man, we can't no longer keep fucking doing this shit, and YouTube cut their ass loose.
Well, see, that's called a conscience. See, that's what you had. You had what they called a conscience, and you realize, hey, I can't continue doing this. You see, when you have that bounty thing, spiritually, when you look at it, right, what happens now? People don't want to be held accountable, right? People don't want, the conscience don't want to be held accountable. So if Man of Tomorrow or Auntie or Smitty or E Black is saying something that's hitting my spirit, you know what? I want that dude to be quiet. It's in that 20. And that's what you give access to. You give them access, and they know it. They know it because at the end of the day, you would be like, nah, listen, man, we got these 8 brothers up here. Bounties are off for the next hour and a half. After the conversation is done, bounties are on because we're not talking anything serious or anything that's going to help brothers, men that suffer with mental illness or depression. And like you said, sometimes they don't have an outlet, so they come to the internet to have an outlet. And when you don't give someone that is representing that type of timing, that outlet, you don't know what can happen. You don't know how that person may interact with you. You don't know if the dude that you're talking to on the internet is the cat you're going to bump into who just had that day and decides to go bonkers. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. And that's what, my main mission is. You dig what I'm saying? So with that, man, Big Auntie, thank you for having me on your platform. This is the first time I'm on your platform, and I appreciate the latitude, and I appreciate the structure because we don't have too many platforms that offers that. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you, Smitty, my G, E Black. I'm a holla. You guys have a blessed day.
Yeah, man. Fix your phone, man. I don't
I
know
will.
what's wrong with it.
I will fix it.
I wanted
Yeah.
to speak this to what y'all was saying real quick, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you and MOT are absolutely correct. What I've noticed is how I picture the space after a certain amount of time briefly is picture the room where everybody's in therapy. And then they give us all pillows and rubber bats. And they say on the count of 3, I'm going to hit this timer and y'all just going to go at it. And that's how I see this, like in the sense of like people do be coming here to get their little issues off. And I'm one of the first ones to say, hey, I always used to say at work, like, whatever it is you got going on, leave that in the car. Don't bring it in here with us because we don't have nothing to do with it. And you got a lot of people who do. They use this place as a sock and bopper. It is. This is the room where we all grab pillows and there's feathers flying everywhere. And but whole time we screaming talking about solution, community, and the kids. And that's what makes it weird to me. But I got you. I digress. My mic is muted.
But you know what though? That's a good analogy. Sometimes you need that soccer room. You know what I mean? Sometimes you need to create that space where you can just unload. Because here it is. You have to understand before.
That's why he got the purge real quick. And T has the purge, and I believe that's exactly what that is right there.
Yeah, but and even and here's the thing. Even with that, it should be done in a respectful manner, right? So, you know, before before you can pour into somebody what they need, you got to let them get out what they have in them that's already overflowing. And that's something that a lot of us don't do. As soon as someone comes on and they're talking to you about a problem, we go into fix it mode, opposed to, you know what? There's a time and place for everything. I may have the right answer, but if I give it to you at the wrong time, then me having the right answer is inconsequential. So at this moment right now, you just need to be heard. Let me hear you, get that out of you, and then give you what you need as far as the answer. You know, patience. The one thing we don't have with each other as brothers is patience. And that's something that we need to work on as men. You know, create a safe space where men can speak, men can be wrong, men can be checked, men can be corrected. You know, if you correct me because of my pride and ego, I'm going to want to cuss you out or dox you or do whatever the situation might be. And we need to grow up, man, because we're asking these women to submit and do all these things, but we're not being that example that we need to be to give them something to submit to. We're asking these young men to man up and do whatever. They don't have a reference point, right? So we need to start looking at ourselves in the mirror. We have to stop talking about the change and start being that change that we want to see. So with that, guys, thank you for having me. Auntie, man, you'll see me again. I thank you, brother, for having me. And guys, y'all have a blessed day.
All right. All right. So something along with that I want to discuss is this is how you have like 150,000 Manosphere channels because everybody want to start the conversation all the way over because they new to it, right? And it's like, so how do you have progression when people are trying to get paid off of the process of trying to help somebody understand shit that they should already be past? Because I never thought the women were the problem, period. I never thought the women were the problem. I thought all these complaints were nothing but unrealized financial issues. You don't have enough money to go do shit. So now you have to overcompensate with game and all this other dumbass shit that don't fucking work. And then you have dudes who come in, troll, and gaslight these type of dudes because, you know, no filter, no type of progression in conversation. And then those people don't get the answers that they want. They're still at step number one. And then there's another, you know, slow nigga based conversation that come around that really loops them back into the rage baiting and fucking red pill rage cycle. And then, like, you know, they feel comfortable there for a couple of years, and then like another new dude come through and do the same shit. Like I've seen like the same person do the same shit. They're always on the newest channel pretending like they're not Manosphere and talking shit about Manosphere. Dude, I've been looking at this shit past 14 years. Motherfuckers doing the same shit. They were chat dudes, now they have their own channels structuring non-progressive based conversations, man. And it's just wholly disgusting to me at this point. But I just found people I can help in the real world, man. And being in the manosphere, it was a positive experience. It's probably the greatest social experiment I ever been a part of, without knowing that it was a social experiment until Zero even told me that it's the greatest social experiment ever. Because you have a bunch of people, very diverse backgrounds, that are supposedly complaining about the same issue, but nobody really has their shit together to the point to where they could pick better in different people. Most people wanted the singular individual woman to be better than the best woman fucking out there, but nobody had the best woman that was out there. So the whole conversation was fake and false on some level, where people wanted to just get their shit off and not really do nothing. And then like once you get into like a marriage situation, then you start seeing these patterns going over and over again. And then it's, you know, when you ain't got shit, it's it's beef. But when somebody else starts shit with somebody, it's okay. And then all of a sudden when you criticize the shit, It's cloud chasing, but it ain't cloud chasing for them to do shit. And it's like this selective memory, selective, bullshit that just happens. And it's like, are these dudes mentally retarded? Like, would they really want somebody going around lying on them and being purposefully disingenuous to them just so way they can make a dishonest, dumb nigga buck off of it? And it's a lifestyle? Like, nah, man, I don't want to live in a world like that, bro. But that's just me. I'm just in a different place now, man. So.
It's basically like, how this brother just said real quick. It's just like how I seen rap music kind of turn out to be as of late. It's like the exact same song, just a different artist singing.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
Singing the exact same song. So that's how I've been seeing it. You see, so I get what you're saying on that. Like everybody trying to, do the latest refurbished remix and stuff, and it's like, look, keep tampering with that steel enough. You're not going to make it dense. You're going to make it weak, and then it's going to break. And that's it. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I noticed that it was the best money grab, but I do believe that it did have a little more integrity, and I guess you can say like journalism respect, right? As y'all would call it, whatever. During like pre KS and during the days when even folks like Tommy was big and YouTube, and stuff like that. Like I did notice a little bit more structure, just a little bit more. It's really just about gang, click up with somebody. We all talk about that group, and nobody's actually being themselves, and it's all about the optics. People are more concerned about how they look as opposed to who they are. But I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, man, because I've seen like the fall of the shit. There was a time where Tommy would never, ever, ever be seen on a panel with MANOSPHERE dudes, even legacy MANOSPHERE dudes, until his ass was all the way off YouTube. Then he would team up with anybody on YouTube.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Wait a minute. I thought because they said that the Mount Rushmore of the MANOSPHERE beginning was KS, O'Shea, Obsidian, and yeah, and Tommy.
No,
heard that he was like one of the pioneers.
Wait. So
wrong.
Hold on. So wait a minute. I have to ask a question then.
No. Ain't we saying KS?
Hold on. Which MANOSPHERE are we referring to? Are we referring to the 1.0? Are we referring to the post?
I've only been here 4 years. I'm new too. Listen, just
right, and that's the problem.
You ain't got to do that extra, bro. Just give me what the truth is. If I'm wrong, just correct me.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. Which area you refer to? 1.0 or 2.0?
No, I'm trying to tell you right now. Just hear me, and then you can respond. I came in here literally 1 year before KS passed away. Boom, there you go. That's how long I've been here. I got to see him 1 year, and then he passed away. That's when I came in, bro. I came in around 23, 24, bro. I'm telling you straight up. So I'm new to it. So if I'm wrong, but from what I heard, AM, O'Shea, Tommy, and KS and Obsidian are like the Mount Rushmore of the MANOSPHERE. They're the ones who originated and started it. If I'm wrong, then okay. Apparently, I'm not wrong because ain't nobody saying nothing.
No, you are.
I just got off the line with one of the dumbest motherfuckers to ever breathe oxygen. My bad. Y'all got it. Hold on. My bad. No, before you go, let me read some of these super chats. I saw them coming in. Shout out to I got a bunch of them, man. Appreciate all that. All right, so we got that one. Shout out to MOT. He said, "Get the bag-ish." some sociopathic shit. People should be able to conversate without paying to continue to be there or shut the combo down. Clown shit. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, MOT. Salute. You know what I'm saying? Coffee said, people will get in the way of what Bolo is saying by saying you can't tell a person how to run their channels. They're the ones keeping shit up. You know? Shout out to Coffee with that.
I agree.
L. Nixon said, facts, MOT. It's like people saying, look, I created the wheel when all they did was put rubber around what was already created. Facts. Yep, that's facts. And L. Nixon also said the issue with online conversations is only being introspective. The amount of time spent releasing shouldn't be greater than the time for application. You have to learn self-regulation at some time. And all that shit, all facts, man. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate all that support. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got it. Go ahead.
All right. Did you want to go, Big J, Triple X, or I can go?
You go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. So let me zoom in on the screen because I don't. So who was talking about the Mount Rushmore of the Manosphere type? Who was that? Is that guy still here?
It was Smitty.
Okay, Smitty. All right. Okay. Thank you for doing that so that way I can notice you on the screen because I can't see the name.
I got you.
Okay. Okay. So for as long as I've been here, there was a Manosphere.
Just let you know. It
No. But he's about to get what he wants and how he actually needs it. All right. So before I came here, there would be Manosphere 1.0.
Okay.
Manosphere 1.0 is when not everybody had a voice. These people were like ex-MRA dudes. You know, you had Wacky World of O, Q Soul and Black, Pink Elephant, Thug Titian. Like Big J is from that era, right? I'm not from that era.
Wait, that is what's MRA? Real quick. What's MRA? I'm just trying to keep
men's rights activists.
Yeah,
men's rights activists. Like people who actually wanted to do political shit with what they was talking about. That they wasn't on no this bad shit. So So at some point they all got doxxed and they all left YouTube. Now Manosphere 2.0 is when the O'Shea, Angry Man, Obsidian, BGS, Kevin Samuels was just a chat dude at the time. And so was I for a long ass time before I actually became a content creator. Right. And so that's when people picked up the conversation of what was happening. And that's when it started making this curve toward the I'm in it for the money type shit. So what they were doing was using professionals like myself who came here who thought that people wanted actual answers and solutions to shit. And then they just turned it into a money grab. Like there was a money grab. No, it was kind of like a light money grab. But like once Kevin Samuel blew, that's when the camp set up. That's when people's channels started getting demonetized. That's when the cliques started forming. That's when the subscribers supremacy shit came around. Like this is where Mr. Fantastic, Ty City, DJ Kuda, Zero, like all them kind of Aegon.
Cat you talking about because all of that predates me. So I get you, and that's why I said it seems like it was more. That's why I said it. It seems like it was a little bit more structure.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
Like right before KS and Obsidian show got knocked down and Tommy gone and all of that. That's all I'm saying. I noticed that it much, but those other guys you're naming, that's way before me, brother. So that's all I'm just letting you know.
No, that's cool. It's just that as the time went on, it started getting more and more fake and obviously about the money. It didn't start off that way, but you know when you had like the people from the music industry get up in here, you know you had the failed actors and all this kind of shit. You know the people that's not good at being an attorney and all that kind of shit get off in here, as doing the same shit. Right, not.
Oh, you mean the failed poker players that come on here and say they're attorneys?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro. I'm from that world, so I know that motherfucker steez up. But y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Yeah.
Hey, I know some motherfucker got a hold of that motherfucker in Vegas, tore his ass up. But go ahead.
And you trigger happy.
So, but at the end of the day, you have to understand how important Kevin Samuels was. Kevin Samuels gave dumb niggas the hope that no matter what the fuck you did in your regular life, you can come to YouTube and you could be a whole new nigga. No, you could put suits on and have candlelit shits, and then you don't need degrees to talk to women about their fucking issues and problems. None of that shit. No, you can start telling legitimate working class motherfuckers that because when he came around, he couldn't talk because there was too many career minded people here at the time. But over time, the space started to weaken because of his two online friends, one being BGS and the other one being Obsidian, who's the same person, by the way, who has the same outcome, by the way, right? They did not want shit to be better for men. They wanted to keep men complaining about women so that way they'll never get their fucking shit together. But the only men that they can attract is the dudes that don't need to be fucking anyway. So I'm kind of glad that they did highlight who those people are and how kind of stuck they were. And then you have like the PhD griff level motherfuckers who come in here now, whole world on fire. Dudes talking about waiting until they sell reviews and shit. Niggas who are 600 pounds with face curtains on, fucking calling themselves, masculine. It's just all types of clown shit that they would never fucking do in the real fucking world. But they came online to chase down dudes that they shouldn't be with, right? But at the end of the day, they're keeping those dudes stuck. Like those dudes was never gonna be shit anyway. So that's how the Manosphere got over leveraged over time with a bunch of loser class fucking men, whether they're working class or not.
What exactly is the hit list Kojak talking about?
Hit list?
Yeah,
the hit list. Which one?
I was. Hold on. Are we talking about the the Sophie A. Nelson hit list or the hit list with?
Which one?
There was plenty of hit lists and people's names on it. People was getting flagged right and left. That's part of the reason why 1.0.
Was there?
Go.
This before it was called the Manosphere. Was there ever another name for it before this? Or is Manosphere a new name?
Or it was called the Black Manosphere. It was called, it was part of the Manosphere, I'm assuming.
It was still the Manosphere. It's just that the dudes got kicked out of the white Manosphere because they just wanted to talk about black women. All the white dudes were actually getting the cooperation that they wanted out of black women, so they didn't see anything wrong with the problem. With these people not getting but like once you culturally deal with somebody, on the regular and everyday basis, not just the top of the top sometimes, you have a different cultural experience. But it turns out all those dudes wanted to do was just live off of these fucking women. They wanted to be pimps, but they just needed a bunch of loser class dudes to kind of grandstand and stun on because they didn't have any type of experience with women at all. So they got to dress their failures up as if it's some type of debt of gratitude. That's some shit that they had to go through so that way the younger generation wouldn't have to. And that wasn't the case. They were just loser class dudes, and all the thing they had was just talking about hoes in front of a bunch of dudes that don't have any experience with women, period.
Well, let me say a very, very last question, and I digress my mic. Because I've been wondering this, man. I know y'all going to tell me.
But before you ask it, man, write that shit down, bro. I got some more panelists, so I want to get them in. And I know I couldn't moderate, bro. Like I said, this motherfucker was dumb. You good, bro. That I was just talking to. Black man is fair. You know what I'm saying? Salute, fam. What's good? Welcome to the panel. Feel free to just chime in, bro.
Well, salute to everyone on the panel too.
I see you, Bronze.
Yeah, what up, y'all?
And yeah, bro, we just gonna go to you, bro. Go ahead, Bronze.
Good morning. I had seen the title, so I kind of was like awakened, like, yo, what happened? You know what I mean?
This shit has been. I personally believe, and nobody's been able to refute this shit. But I mean, if you've noticed this shit, for the most part, I mean, this shit has been officially acquired by the tea and gossip sector. This shit's over. The whole algorithm. That you've probably seen more of these videos than you've seen from the niggas in this space.
Yeah,
from these chicks right here in the last couple weeks to a month.
Everything I've been seeing for the last couple of weeks has been focused on Anton, Corey Holcomb, and all this shit. And I'm just like, these are old ass niggas sitting up there talking about what a man is doing and his side bitch. I'm like, nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Now, my thing about it is, I used to clown when I came into the manosphere. I legitimately came because I was just like, yo, I really want to be around a group of men who have the same like outlook. You know what I'm saying? That's like, yo, we want the betterment of men. You know what I'm saying? Not spending their time sitting here talking about women all day. So it got really annoying to me because it's just like I went to different, channels, dudes that was, black men in tech and, all this other stuff. I remember even being on Aegon's and it was dope combos, right? So the thing that annoyed the fuck out of me was these niggas started sitting up there promoting more of the so-called pick-me's on the fucking channel. And that shit got me tight because I'm just like, bro, I don't give a, like, that's cool if the chick can understand the men's perspective, but she ain't a fucking man. You feel me? And the thing about it is, I don't need to name names, but it's like when niggas got caught up on the beauty. Hell yeah, bro.
What was you gonna say?
And I fuck with Game Changer, and I fuck with Game Changer, but yeah, he kind of did kick off that era.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He did. It's some, and a lot of them did, and they fucking agree with it. And I'm just sitting here like, bro, like I want to get to, things that's affecting us. You feel me? So then, Kevin Samuels era, I called most of them dudes dick riders. I said, there's nothing you can tell me. There's nothing you can tell me about me being a grown ass man. This punk ass nigga telling me to talk about wear cologne and wear a fucking suit. Nigga, what? Nigga, you can't tell me a motherfucking thing. This nigga got on air and I used to sit up there and say, that's y'all daddy. And y'all dick riding him. Because every single time he says something, it's like gold to you niggas. The fact that he would come on a panel, this nigga, they would tell people, you can't talk while Kevin Samuels is speaking. Nigga, please. That was some dumb shit to me, right?
Yeah.
Then after that happened, niggas started moving to Passport Bros. Then I felt like the manosphere really became dead as soon as Anton and Lapeef started coming around. When they started reviewing their content, I said, you niggas don't have no backbone. And you niggas is allowing those dudes to eat off all you niggas. So now what happens, bro? Now you got these dudes that I call Anton Daniels descendants running the whole fucking show. And I went to plenty of niggas panels call them Anton Daniels descendants because they talk about the space of space. Nigga, you don't even know what the space is. So how you going to sit up there and talk about, the space? What is y'all goal? Y'all dudes is on there to gossip, my nigga. And that's the reason I'm just like, yo, bro, I don't want to fuck with this shit, bro. Because it's like the people that I really talked to was looking forward to making content about shit that's affecting black men and even trying to advocate for black men to get into tech. That's the stuff that I was involved in. Now, I'll admit, too, I did partly troll, but I was only trolling because I was trying to expose these bitch-ass niggas that was sitting there simping for pick-me's, my nigga. And where them pick-me's at? They gone. And they ain't nowhere to be found. Niggas still
but as they should be. I'll tell you who's still here are the ones that have loyal followings that shall remain nameless, and just the baddies that were actually good at content creation, capable of doing their monologues and shit like that. But for the most part, they got to stay in their corner. And I'll just speak on this before I read the super chat, and I'm gonna give it right back to y'all. They don't understand, like what Bronzebird is saying right there. It wasn't because they'll try to say, "Oh, what you don't like women." It's not the niggas don't like women. Y'all just creating a bunch of marks like that. Just a bunch of mark ass duck motherfuckers, bro. That'll literally, just like Anton, you'll come out the pockets just because a chick is telling you what you want to hear. And this was supposed to, I thought that was the reason why this space existed. So niggas wasn't getting got like that.
We got to ask.
And then they, hold on, let me read this.
And then they start getting got by other men.
Yeah. So it's like, but it's okay to just get got. Like, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. That's why you'll fall for the pygmies. You'll fall for the Anton, the bag chasing, all of that shit. And it's like, yo, they literally sat on a panel yesterday and said, look, Anton's just playing a character. What's the problem with it? I'm like, that's the problem in itself. That's the problem in itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, what's the problem with it?
Character,
what's the problem with it?
We're not supposed to take shit this nigga say seriously. This nigga is not a millionaire, but he plays one on TV. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like that's
And
stupid.
then
Dog. I'd rather watch General Hospital. Let me read this super chat. Then I'm gonna give it right to y'all. You said facts. Money grab. Shout out to Coffee. Facts. The money grab came in when Obsidian and Bernard Riley started shitting on their supporters, and that Manosphere list BS divided us. It turned bitchy. Shout out to Coffee. Y'all can comment on that. Y'all got the floor.
I want to ask you this, and anybody else who wants to answer. I'm also curious about this. What is the actual distinction between Manosphere and Red Pill, or is it synonymous?
Hold on. Before we get into that, god damn, woo, we're like feeding the baby over here. But look, that last comment was kind of true. I do remember the list. The Manosphere list, and I do remember the Bernard Riley era. Wow.
I gotta ask. MOT, was you on that list?
Yes, top of the list.
Okay, yeah, he was on that list.
And then, wait. Let me distinguish. There was a list, and then I got contacted. Then that was like, well, why does your Manosphere content sound differently than these Manosphere content people? And it's like, because we're not here for the same goal. And then, because I told people, the FBI have contacted me many times about this fucking space. I've explained this shit to them many times about this fucking space, but they was not after blacks. They was after the white Manosphere, not the black Manosphere. So what people in the black Manosphere started doing, Obsidian and BGS specifically, was starting to cover some of the white Manosphere and conflate what they was actually talking about on TV with their actual movements when they was just talking about the white Manosphere itself. Because, once you start seeing these unalivings and these self-deletions, and you start seeing the same group of books and channels come up, the government started to get concerned about the shit. And that's what got them concerned about it, was seeing the same people come up over and over again. So it wasn't about black content creators. It was more about the white content creators on the Manosphere shit, and they demonetized and they got them dudes to fuck up out of here, and they just disappeared. That's what it was.
Well, let me add on to that, right? See, where BGS, BGS came in a little bit later, but where Angerman and Obsidian came from was from a website called The Voice for Men, that's ran by Paul Elam. Paul Elam told those two Negroes, stop talking about black women, don't bring race into this, and they kept on doing it, and that's how they ran to O'Shea, and that's how partially 2.0 was created. So Angry Man won't tell you about that part, but that's what really reason why they came over to on the black side, and BGS did came from the white side. I actually was knows about the Manosphere from the white side. The Paul Elams, I forgot that white dude's name. What's it called? The guy with the glasses. I forgot his name. Yeah, Rollo Tomasi and them. That's where they came from. Right, Angerman and BGS. Now, I mean, Angerman and Obsidian, and also what's his name? Tom Likas in them. Yeah. That's where they actually came from. So yeah. But also when it comes to 1.0, there was a website called Gen X. This is what happened after they all left and got they went to a website called Gen X. That's where most of the 1.0 dudes ended up at. Well, not all of them, but the huge portion of them ended up at. But yeah, that's all what happened. But the thing I gotta talk about is how can you be for black men, but then you got this woman over here, Me Too, a black man, and y'all having her on our panels.
Yeah, they didn't care, man. They didn't care.
Right.
BGS still defending her today. Like all the stuff happened and still defending a chick, and it's like, bro, you didn't even address the stuff, and it's like, right now the audience don't care. Like it went from progress to just Delta November or dumb nigga escapism, man. That's what it is at this point. It's just dumb nigga escapism. You know, you know, you want to pretend like you're getting your shit together, so you go over to Theo Woff's class. No fucking IT recruiters around. 5 fucking events. All all these sausage fests where you go meet Obsidian, because that's how you get into IT. You need to go listen to a relationship motherfucker before you can get into IT. Just all types of clown shit. And it's just like, dude, this dude's got money and they want to waste it on these dudes. They paid for the space to be in the position that is in. They supported the people who they wanted to escape to from reality. And you just got to leave it at that. And you got to let these dudes hit that concrete hard as hell. Nothing else you can do about it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How can somebody support a woman who me too a black man?
Easy.
I know. I'm repeating it because somebody on this panel was.
What?
Oh shit! Come on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, Big
For
J.
real?
Come on, man. We've been having a great conversation.
There wasn't
bro.
nobody on this panel.
Like, right? What are you talking about?
You know what? I'll leave it alone. Y'all keep on talking. Y'all keep on talking. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Okay.
Y'all keep on talking. Go ahead.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's just at the end of the day, man. A lot of these people don't need no help. They know how to. But you know, we have LinkedIn, we have Facebook groups, we have all types of stuff in the real world. Like, you don't have to leave your city to go do. Dude, people came here to escape reality, okay, and not spend the money that they clearly could spend fixing their life. They want to actually just escape the content creators and tie their whole progression in life to content creators. And I'm saying, at that point, you just gotta let them go, man. At the end of the day, you can find other dudes that you can try to help. This stuff, the way it runs now, they're gonna do it in a certain way, and it's meant to entrap men in a situation. It's not meant to help them out with anything. So at the end of the day, the people are where they want to be at. There's no such thing as complaining about the manosphere and the manosphere don't do this, that, and the other, and then you support all the dumb motherfuckers who do all the dumb shit, and then you don't know shit about the actual manosphere. That's what the new shit is for the new content creators who come around. They do manosphere shit, but they don't fuck with the manosphere, but they're arguing with ran throughs on panels and shit. Like, I'm not fucking that.
Wow.
MOT dropping it. No, you got to be black.
Yeah. Ooh, man, y'all done went all the way left on that one. Yeah.
Now, before you go, if y'all can just be respectful to each other, I got to take another one of these phone calls. I am still going to be listening in, but I can't moderate. So y'all got it.
Yeah. So, I think we're kind of right. I think the divergence the consolidation of space kind of did happen, because I remember when I came in. Mind you, I came in, and I don't know if anybody can agree with this. I came in from the not necessarily pro, but
went out, G.
Oh shit!
Hello.
Shit, they got him, yo.
Yeah, man, my fault. Damn. Of course, when I started talking, I get a phone call. Shit.
Same shit happened to me too.
Yeah, as soon as I started talking. But yeah, like, okay. I came in from, like, I used to run in nonprofits in Oakland, right? So I came from a very pro-black, community-based building. So when I saw, hey, there's a group of men, black men, talking about solutions and going off ideas, I hold on one second, y'all. Damn it.
It's a lot of dead air. Anybody else want to?
No, man, it's cool, man. It's just at the end of the day, nobody needs any help. All these dudes are business owners, small fuckery business owners, and that's how you have to look at it, man. You just have to. What they want to do is they want to turn on a live stream, be the morning zoo shit that you hear on like KS, like 107.5 or 106.7 or anything on the AM dial. That this is the shit that people are into, because clubs are really closed, no real social scene. This has become the most functional family. These dysfunctional motherfuckers have become the only functional family that most of these retards have been around, man. And you have to leave it at that shit.
Yeah.
This is the most
It,
functional
it,
family and the first group of people that they've ever been around outside their community. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. Can I just? I'm gonna sum it up in 20 seconds. I'm sorry. Golly. Okay. So, like I said, what happened was, in my opinion, once COVID started, a lot of black people started getting web cameras. So that diverged a lot of the people who were attracted to this space. But then you had a lot of the people who were getting web cameras and microphones for their jobs, and that kind of created the split between, because nobody can tell the difference now. We found this space, but then we also want to help the space, but we don't have no foundation other than just all of us know that we at home right now. So in my opinion, that's kind of where the divergence from like traditional manosphere happened, and like kind of what we have now. You have the people who just came from KS who got web cameras, and then you have the people who have been here, and our Google had. I've seen the Google Hangouts. Y'all didn't have web cameras, so it's kind of like two different products of the same stuff.
I'm gonna ask you, E. I'm gonna ask you, E, because it's burnt. This is burning inside me. But why did you support Pearl?
I never supported Pearl. In fact, I was heavily against it. I actually lost relationships because of Pearl, because I said that she was. I didn't like what she's. I never supported her. How'd you get that?
Because you was on that panel with Obsidian, Pearl, and Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, and guess what? The whole point was for me being on there was just like anybody else. If you have a disagreement with somebody, you address it directly with them. What I said was exactly what I said. Hey, I would like an apology for you being so high profile and interjecting racism into a vulnerable group of men, a group.
That's another thing too. I just want to real quick because Big J.
Can he respond to what I was saying? Because he asked me a question.
My bad. Go ahead, Big J.
Because it seemed to me though that I could be wrong, but it seemed to me though you was placating to Obsidian and make it, that you know what, I'll leave it alone. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Speak your truth.
It seems that a lot of you black conservatives kept using her as an excuse and making a how can I say, y'all want to be pro black, but then y'all have her just say any damn thing. So
Big J, why do you believe that?
Smitty, you gotta relax, my guy.
Yeah, Speedy. You might want to hang back. You might want to hang back.
No, just ask a question, but y'all go ahead. I mean, yeah, y'all can say that respectfully. I got you.
Okay. So, yeah. I was,
you good,
I was not with. I was like I said, I was not with Pearl. In regards to Obsidian, I've met Obsidian. I was at one of the first Black Manosphere events, so I've met Obsidian. I've seen. I have a greater understanding of the Black Manosphere in general now that I've seen the group of men together. So, if you're saying I'm kind if you're, I do. No, I do. I'm actually one of the few people.
Whoa! So you saying that you have a better understanding of the Black Manosphere because you went to a Black Manosphere meetup?
Yes.
Jeez.
What's so hard about?
God.
What's so? Hold on.
Man.
What is so hard?
I wasn't even there, but damn, brother.
No.
Yeah.
What is so hard about that? Because, like I said, I didn't come into the Black Manosphere as a individual looking for help. I came in to contribute based on my pro-blackness.
Yeah, but the Manosphere meetup, my G, that was more like a fucking photo
Hillshire Farm, bro. Yeah,
that was more like a photo op, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hillshire Farm, man.
Okay, hold on. Once again, I got to see an actual virtual group in face. I got to see the actual faces behind it. I got to see Thai City. I sat next to Jap. I sat next to all these individuals that you're talking about, the people in the background and the people who are in the chat and the people who have channels. I got to actually meet them, see what type of men they are. So I'm like, okay, I get it now. it is part conservative. It is part tech space. It is part
Okay.
gang channel. It's a lot of different groups of individuals, but they're normal individuals, like the people that you would meet every day.
Okay. So can I respond to that?
Yes.
I got some.
Which city? Which city did you go to this meetup, or did you go to multiple?
Y'all better not flame me.
No, no, no. I'm asking a question.
The
I'm asking a
Atlanta
question.
one.
Oh. So it's the very, very, very first one.
Yes.
Oh shit, Top City didn't say he went to the first one. But okay,
Yeah.
all right. So
He
here's the
was
thing.
there. I got videos of everybody. Like I said, that's why I'm
No, no,
like,
no, that's cool. That's cool. But you have to understand. After the first MANOSPHERE meetup, it broke up because of money. Theo paid all the content creators to be there. So when he said that he spent all this fucking money, although all that money went toward the content creators that was there, and that shit broke up after the very first one. Like Little Big Nate was not like it was a Little Big Nate thing. I mean, I have to give credit where discredit is due with him. But it was his idea for them to meet up and do this stuff. But Theo Watt paid for it.
yes,
Cause,
yes,
but at the end of the day, what was these people's content before they went to the MANOSPHERE meetup? It wasn't on some productive man shit. They left the MANOSPHERE meetup and they went back to the relationship shit.
yeah.
That's who these people are.
That's
The relationship shit is who these people was always were. Like they was here to run up the bag on the very men that they were claiming that they were trying to help. Like the MANOSPHERE meetup is a cover story for some shit that ain't happening.
I think they try to use it by saying we doing something positive when in reality
Yes.
it wasn't supposed to be
Right.
positive at all because these
Right.
niggas wasn't living about what they was living. I think that they tried to put in that shit about tech.
Can I speak to what I actually like? It was a couple of conferences there, speakers and whatnot. So I
Correct. But they left all the IT people in the black. Wait. Hold on. But before you speak, I need to make this point before you talk. They left out 98% of the people in IT in the Black Manosphere from coming to the Black Manosphere meetup.
Yes.
They left most, if not all, of the passport people who've been doing the content for years out of the Black Manosphere meetup. So it's like they used all the things that was here, but the people who showed up, they left the Black Manosphere meetup. They didn't continue with the productive conversation. They went on with the shit that they was doing before they even met there.
Well,
but I need to make sure that that's clear.
Isn't it up to the IT guys to show up there and go themselves?
No. They didn't want them there.
Yeah, they didn't want them there. I would hear the
No.
Channels.
That's not what happened.
That is what happened, bro.
That is what happened, bro.
Bro,
I know.
Can I speak? First of all, I think they tried as best as they could because Theo did have his own day where he had a conference where he was trying to do tutorials on basically cloud and stuff. Hey, you can do an S3 bucket, you can do this and that. So he had his own moment to really, like for the brothers who wanted to level up on that. I think what happened was Little Nate had a big idea, but you have to have a lot of other people under you to reinforce those ideas. The idea was really to come together and actually create like what they call a sub PAC or a PAC, a PAC for men's rights, where they would buy congressmen. So I think that was the one thing he wanted to officially kind of get out of that thing where, hey, everybody put their money together and for $5,000-$10,000 we can actually get child support on the ballots and stuff like that. So it's a lot of ideas, but if you've ever organized anything with amongst a group of people, it's on the first meetup, it's very hard to really get a lot of things done. You're just kind of there for show for force. So I don't want to put too much on that as if it was some type of meeting where things should have gotten done, but it's kind of hard to kind of get things done in that kind of environment. If I'm clear, because I've done meetings and I've done organizational groups, so I know what's going on.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you went there, but we know that none of the IT people went there. He was probably, if you was like Sub-Zero went there. Sub-Zero had a product to sell. That's why he was there. There's nothing wrong with Sub-Zero's product. right?
But
Nothing
Sub-Zero
at
wasn't
all.
selling his product, though. That's the thing. Like,
Dude,
I get what you're saying.
he's in the Atlanta area. He's gonna show up there. I mean,
Yes.
Kevin Samuels came there to the first one. Okay,
No, he didn't
he
come
was
to the
there.
first one. No, he didn't.
Dude,
I
there's
was
video
there.
of him walking through, shaking hands. He was there for a quick minute. He shook hands with people and he got out of there. He
No, he
wasn't
did
there for
not.
any type of presence.
I can show you.
Bro,
I can show you. I can show
listen.
you.
I
I
have
can show
seen the
you a video of
video.
Kevin Samuels saying, "I didn't want to go because I didn't know what the environment was." I remember that. I remember everybody was wondering why he didn't show. He didn't show up. Like
He did show up there.
he didn't show
He
up.
did.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you
Okay.
that.
Dude, there was video of him there walking through, shaking hands in the actual, in between an actual session. He came there. I'm telling you that he came
I
there.
went live in between an actual session. He was not there.
Oh, God. All right. So he was there. All right. So here's the other thing. He wanted to be the only IT person there for a reason. How many of these people that you personally know of who went to the first Manosphere meetup who went into IT because they went to that meetup?
You would have to ask Theo that because Theo was basically saying, "Hey,
Yeah,
join
I
this
could tell
group."
you. I could tell you the answer. Nobody.
I could also not disagree with you on that, possibly.
But you have to understand the draw for people to come to the meetup was the relationship people, not the IT people, not the talking about passports, none of that stuff. Theo Watt was just using these motherfuckers as a backdrop to promote himself within the actual space.
It
I
was
have
a
another
scheme.
question. Yeah, it was. And at the end of the day, there are IT recruiters in this space. You know that, right?
Yes.
How many IT recruiters have okayed Theo Watt's class or whatever he's doing?
I wouldn't know because I don't keep up with Theo.
I
So
know the answer is also zero. Like, this is a guy who also said that he took fishermen who do nothing about IT. They went through his course and now they're making over $100,000 a year. He said that.
okay, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't personally watch Theo.
I know, but this is the same person. Now, he doesn't have a problem paying for this shit. Okay? Just because you pay for something doesn't mean it leads to an actual outcome. So what I'm saying is that you saw what you saw when you went there.
Yes.
A bunch of relationship. Now, another thing, Mr. Jap don't fuck with the Manosphere unless he's being paid to be there. He don't invite motherfuckers up. He don't do any of that. He don't fuck with nobody in the Manosphere. He's only Manosphere when it suits him. Okay? And he was paid to go there. So shout out to him for going there. He was paid to go there. Otherwise, and guess what? Did you see a live stream with Theo Waff and Mr. Jap? Did you see that? Did you see one of those?
No, I did not.
Okay, why do you think that is? Because he only wanted to show to be paid. And if he wasn't there to be paid, he did not want to be around this lame ass nigga. As with all the rest of these dudes. Okay?
Okay.
So
Hold
it is a scheme.
Hold on. Just to
Okay.
address that, I'm actually surprised at the vitriol and the kind of stuff that's going on after the Manosphere because, like I said, I sat at a table with Jap, Obsidian's right there. Thai City was on the other side. Like everybody's cool. So after the fact, I don't know what happened. So if you're addressing something about like some issues, I don't know because at that
Jap
moment
and
in time,
Obsidian got into it on a Bernard Raleigh show about how he don't fuck with these
yeah,
people.
but that's happened after the fact. That happened.
No.
after the
But
fact.
they never fuck with each other before the fact either.
What was the reason that they don't mess with each other if they wound up in the same spot? I mean, you did say because he got paid. Okay, fine.
Yes,
but
to
if
be
they
there.
don't mess
Yeah,
with
to be there.
if they don't mess with each other, why they? What was the reason why they don't mess with each other?
No, I mean the thing is this shit was a resounding failure. Regardless of you being there, there was no follow through afterwards. There was no pack set up. These people went back to talking about women and trolling women and taking
Shame,
advantage
blame,
of
and
actual.
explain.
Yes. And I'm shocked that Ty City would even go to the first one because he was the one talking a whole bunch of shit about the Manosphere meetup. No one knew Ty City went to the first one. You are the first person to say Ty City went to the first one.
Right.
I have never heard that. I have never heard that
Because here's the
from
thing.
nobody.
I never saw the image I never saw footage of Ty sitting over there.
Me neither.
And Ty was never even mentioned. Yeah, that's the first time I
Ty City is a tall motherfucker, man. Like Ty City ain't fucking dude. Ty City did not
Wait,
go to that, man. There's no
Ty
fucking way.
City.
Ty City
Are we
was
talking
there.
about dark skinned Ty City?
Ty City with the hat and the glasses.
Yes, he wears the big hats. Yes, he was there. So
No. I'm Logic. Okay, Logic Spear, Ty City. What is it like? What? Dude, Ty City could have not have fucking been there.
No, I don't believe Ty City. No, he could.
Hold on. I made a video, so I don't know
what
what
hard to believe because it's a lot of us.
Sub-Zero was there. Sub-Zero was there. I don't think Ty City would go to no shit like that. Yeah, Sub-Zero was there. Azrael the Daywalker was there because I seen them both in the same video.
Yeah, so
I do not think Ty City would have went to some shit like that. I don't.
I could have sworn I met Ty City. Ty City's a short guy with a bald head.
No, Ty City is 6 something. No, dude, Ty City is not short.
Okay, no. I might be calling somebody. I might be calling somebody.
You probably talk about Little Big Nate, not him.
No, definitely I'm not talking about Little Big Nate.
Oh no! I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Sir Tice. That's different than
Sir Tice. Yes. Yeah,
yes. Okay. We got it straight. Okay, everybody, put your weapons away.
Okay.
Sir Tice. Yes, Sir Tice went to most of them, I think. Sir Tice went to most of them, and when he started going to those MANOSPHERE meetups, he started disappearing from the actual space. So, all right, it's Sir Tice. Sir Tice. Yes. He has the bald head dude. So you're right. He is a shorter type guy. Yes. No. Ty City's like a tall dude. No.
Okay, my fault.
All right, so no, that's cool, man. Hey, man, that's why we're here to have the conversation, so that way we make sure that we ain't getting no misinformation out there. So I don't want to have somebody clip this up and say some stupid shit and have there be a firestorm in space. It's not needed. It was brought up. We got it solved. We don't need to hear no bullshit about it outside of this. Okay, great. So,
but the overall point that I'm saying is that I got to visually see the virtual manifestation of an online group. I don't have the same vitriol that a lot of people have because I say, these are like regular people and they're not all like there were lawyers there, there were accountants there. So I actually get this space more than your average person would. You know, it's like, that's why I don't really care as much to be like policing the manosphere. I'm mad because I don't get included as a manosphere channel because I think I do black male content just as good as anybody. But I get it. I gotta hate black women to do it, in my opinion. That's
Black. That's the thing, though. Just because there's a meetup don't mean that it's supposed to be progressive. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, or productive, bro.
Any nigga can sit there and put around in an event and be like, "Oh, us niggas met up and we doing something positive." When in reality, these niggas just want to talk about bitches all day, bro.
They came right back out after that shit was over with, like Monday after the Sunday. And gonna talk about hoes.
Right back to the same shit, bro. And I remember the time that they was clowning that whole entire meetup, and I was laughing about it. And the only person that I seen really try to go hard, be like, "You niggas don't appreciate shit," is Little Big Nate. And I used to fucking laugh about it. I used to be like, "Yo, y'all niggas is wildin', bro." You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying, E-Black. That's cool if it's a meetup, but what is niggas really trying to do? Niggas didn't have no game plan. Niggas didn't have shit to really say. There was no upkeep after that shit. It was shit. Niggas literally got some random chick to represent the manosphere, bro.
Wasn't there another meetup after that?
It was plenty of meetups. It was plenty of meetups after it. It was plenty of meetups. They used to talk about it.
Somebody is getting something from that. If it's just to meet up and see people's faces and shake hands, like it's somebody.
What that mean though? But what I'm saying is what that mean though. Yeah. Like I said, any nigga can put up an event and be like, "Yo, let's meet up in Atlanta and have a conversation centered around men," and then go back to the same bullshit that they had before that meetup. Though that's what I'm trying to say. There's no upkeep, my nigga.
There was no meeting up to create policy, There was no meetup to say, hey,
Yeah.
we're going to do this. We going to do that. We're going to talk about the
But
issues
there's
about.
continuous meetups.
So what?
But they are
So what?
continuous
It
meetups.
doesn't
So
matter
what?
though.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's 5 meetups. Hold on. You got 6 meetups. Where is your political action plan? Where
Big J
is
will always
this?
say about policy.
Right. I
Maybe
kept on telling you niggas.
Maybe you need to go there and make it happen.
I refuse to meet up with them. Oh, that is a hate group. And I'm getting tired of niggas like you telling me, or you need no, them niggas need to be gone. They need to be up and out of here. They are a problem.
But they keep meeting up, but they need to be gone, but they keep meeting up though.
No. Okay, well, let's talk about this meetup thing, man. Okay, so the meetup is you go to a liberal city.
Paid. We already know.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, but okay. Having said that, these are supposedly all conservatives who meet up in nothing but liberal cities to talk to disaffected men who is not smart enough to go to a recruiter within their city to hook up with people in LinkedIn in their city to get into IT. What do you think is easier? Waiting for a Manosphere meetup to come to your town so you can meet relationship motherfuckers, or you can actually go figure this stuff out yourself at college. You got recruiters, you got, you can go to Indeed, you can contact these recruiters. Dude, you could do a bunch of shit.
Wait, I'm a little lost. Hold on, I'm a little lost because you can do both things. And my other thing is it strictly about IT? Because Big J just brought up a political aspect and rights and things. So
they use IT as a scapegoat.
Yes. So what they're doing is they're using, we're getting together to talk about passports and politics and all this shit, when all it is a backdrop to just promote Theo Waff as somebody that he is not within this space. Because Theo Waff does not have a channel. No channel, but he's paying for all
other
this
niggas'
shit.
channels. You feel me?
And I mean, it's easy to have a channel, have a repository of information. Because I can tell you this. If I'm paying for Manosphere meetups in all these liberal cities, you best believe I'm going to have some success stories. Yep. This person came to this meetup, they did this. And it's like the only people that he goes to promote this bullshit is, well, I'm not sure if Mr. Fantastic have done it lately, but just BGS. And we know BGS doesn't give a shit about black men getting their shit together with the dumb nigga ask me anything and the It More dailies with trolling women. That's the only content that he has. So if you're getting your intro to IT from this type of person, it's quite obvious you're using IT as a backstop to just have stuck and stagnant dumb nigga based conversations and make yourself look productive while you're doing so.
And mind you, there was a lot of IT niggas that have the whole channel and would do weekly streams on that shit, and they was not invited to go to the fucking meetup.
Yes, I mean, like, look,
many of them.
I could go through 20 names.
Yeah,
we're not even talking. We're not even talking exclusive to the Brain Trust. We're talking about 20 different IT people. About 4 or 5 of them live in the area. They asked to go. They wasn't allowed to go to the meetup to talk about IT, right? There. And it's like, dude, listen. The problem was he wanted to be the big fish in a small pond. Because remember the Azrael the Daywalker fiasco after the first Manosphere meetup? See, people forget about that shit.
Yeah. The whole, he was a receptionist.
Yeah, I mean, he was there. He said he had all these job offers. People put up like $700 for him to actually prove his point. And turns out he just had job postings like you normally get job postings from all these IT recruiters. But he kept claiming like he lied on Sub-Zero, and turned out he didn't go to the class. But he did go to the meetup. He lied on Theo Waff. Supposedly he dropped out of Theo Waff's class. And this motherfucker still isn't in IT. And he went to the first Manosphere meetup. That's a very specific example of a person who went to that Manosphere meetup. We're 6 years later, and he still ain't in fucking IT. That's one person that we know of. If you pay for all of this shit, and you have these so-called people, fishermen, and all this other shit that you get to 6 figures, dude, there need to be some success stories, man. At the end of the day, look, you can go out there, look, renting a hotel lobby or conference rooms in a hotel is not a hard thing to do. Okay? Really not difficult, really not hard, but you can't claim all this bullshit is going on there, and then when you come back, the content don't change.
It was a photo op, my nigga.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck what nobody said.
It is a photo op. A lot of people came there, and guess what? There's always this kind of silence period after a Manosphere meetup. Like after you go to a Manosphere meetup, and then there's this silence for like 3 months. Because people feel hoed, played, and fucking had when they go to these actual events and they don't get shit out of it. Because there is no, I'm going to not spend my time around productive people on YouTube. I'm going to go to one Manosphere meetup. Some dude is going to handhold me through a couple IT courses, and then I'm going to be a 6-figure dude so that way I can afford to be with these women that we talk about. None of that shit happened, bro. None of it. None of it. Period.
Savage, G.
And I want these dudes to get their shit together so that way they're not being made a fool out of by these old failures. Keep in mind what my plan is. My plan is for these dudes to not be dependent on hanging out with these weird ass old motherfuckers online forever. I want these people to go get their shit together. I really do. But I really want them to stop lying about what they're fucking are actually a part of when they are a part of it. Like, you can't say that this red pill shit helped you get a bitch. That's not true. Most of these dudes are hanging out with men online 4, 5 in the fucking morning talking about bitches rather than fucking going out there and doing premier chasing bitch hours.
10-hour panels about failures in life.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, man.
This shit is diabolical, bro. Like 10-hour panels, bro, on a Friday night. I said, bro.
During premier bitch chasing hours, these dudes are like hanging out with men.
It's like, yo,
really? Yeah, that's crazy.
It's so bad they poisoned the mind of some dude, and now he out here talking about child support, and he ain't even got no kid.
He ain't got no kids.
He ain't got no
access to a bitch. And he talking about child support an issue.
Talk about child support, he even got no kid, no experience, no fucking nothing, man.
Nary dipped his pinky finger in some coochie. He already talking about
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
Like, come on, saying that he's sitting up there talking about, oh, I am red pill, and I said that's another thing. That red pill shit has been poisoned because now dudes just thinking red pill is about correcting chicks and this, that, and third. Like, yo, bro, it was all.
But red pill was like Red Pill was like the first like FBA and ADOS, man. Like that's what that shit was, man. That's what it was, man. It was the first ADOS and FBA based conversation, man, where they wanted to be part of a different group of people that didn't have a fucking track record, and that's what it was, bro. And I don't try to correct motherfuckers. I'm like, hey, man, the shit was called home training back then. Like I don't see how you cannot have women, but you hanging out with men who tell you that he's a MGTOW monk online. He tell you that shit, right? Who used to run a channel called BGS for women to help women get, you know, he was trying to do the same shit that Kevin Samuels ended up doing. Was, you know, talking to ran-throughs who fucking did not know how to poor pussy management, and he was gonna give them some games so that way she can go and create yet another kid with a fucking dude with no fucking experience. The dude was organizing car crashes, bro.
But you know.
But what about child support? See, I think child support kind of comes into it too. So where I think we forget that other men also want to kind of voice their issues with against like
but you breed dumb niggas that have no right on having that conversation.
Yeah,
right.
Yes,
that's the problem. That's the issue. Like niggas is really talking about child support when first of all they ain't never had a relationship with a chick, never fucked a girl, and then these dudes never had a baby. It'd be weird for me as Brownsburg talking about child support.
Let's really talk about the child support. A lot of that child support argument has been solved 6 years ago. Okay, we got
we solved it in my state.
Right, right.
We solved it in my state. That's censorship of the child.
Right. My problem with your boy BGS, right? Of fraternal fraud. Yeah, I mean, we went ahead and we saw some legislations in in Tennessee. I asked your boy BJS, okay, BJS, who wrote that bill? Who passed that bill in Tennessee? You couldn't even name. He couldn't name the man who wrote the bill and got it passed. You see what I'm saying? And that's ain't the first time Osini mentioned some guy in Georgia. I asked Osini, name me the guy in Georgia. You don't hear no name of no state senator, no state rep, no judge. They just dare to talk. While people like, well, let me be quiet. While some of y'all in this space believe fraternal fraud is still an ongoing issue when it's been solved years ago. And y'all keep eating up that child support issue. Child support issue has been solved in most states. So stop bringing it up when it's already solved, and stop going to that fat nigga over there, that Dr. T. Son Johnson, talking about we need a financial abortion. Wait a minute,
bro.
How can you have?
Bro, we talking about a 400-pound dude who calls himself a masculinist, bro. The whole fucking world's on fire. This nigga is doing reviews on Waiting to Exhale, nigga. That's the latest thing he posted on this community tab. Who the fuck you think he talking to, man?
But my whole point of bringing that up is that there is a segment of men who have paternity, father, legal issues, and then you're also talking to those men are talking to the men who don't have kids, but then you're also talking to divorced people who've been burned. So it's like a clusterfuck of just multiple segments of men's, which goes under men's rights, right? Let's be honest about it.
But there's men's action afterwards, man. Like these dudes are making it look like I ain't got a bitch because child support ain't fixed. Okay, what's wrong with child support? I don't know. I'm just using another nigga story. It's like, nigga,
right?
You gotta get your shit together to get a bitch to actually have sex with him to actually motherfucking go do something, and they're like, no, I'm just gonna stop asking that complain about bitch, and it's like, what the?
It's complain and just come up with content for the sake of it, and that's the issue. It's just really embarrassing when you see a nigga that don't have no experience with women but get on there and talk about child support. Like, nigga, who are you? You feel me? Like
they growing
you can tell the story ain't his,
right?
What?
Bro, it's
they growing up online.
They're growing up online with no fucking experience. Dude, there's a whole incels out here, bro, and they're sitting up there thinking that they have they're incels trying to have a conversation like they not incels. And then other niggas that's having 10-hour panels, and then niggas that's having 10-hour panels talking about I can't get a bitch and you in your fucking 50s, my nigga. Make that shit make sense though.
In their 50s, 4 o'clock in the morning, talking to random
circle
niggas
jerk
from across
ass
the
niggas,
planet about bitches.
That shit is different, my nigga.
Fucking bitches. It's just like, bro, the prime pussy chasing hours you spent up here with an old nigga who called himself a MGTOW monk. You cannot be fucking serious, bro. And it's like these disaster teacher. And it's like, man, bro, we created like this is a form of black evangelicalism. That's all it is. If you look at how the evangelical church had the motherfuckers thinking that,
Master
I
teacher
believe in
equals
Jesus
Jim
because I wanna-
Jones.
Yeah.
The fucking Jim Jones effect, man.
Yeah,
10-hour
that's what it is,
panels
man.
of a fucking circle jerk, bro. That shit is diabolical.
These dudes want to drink that Kool-Aid and have them fucking Nikes on, man. Dude, they waiting
Come
on
on,
the
man.
fucking call order, man. They waiting on
I
this
can't believe you have a full ass panel of niggas that dead ass are complaining. And a chick come on there, women. And it just be like, bro, like, are y'all, what's y'all house looking like?
They try to fight every fucking woman they come across.
Right,
every woman,
right.
not even up there 5 seconds. And this woman has to answer for every other woman in history throughout time that did them wrong. She ain't even been there 5 minutes. She got to answer all these questions. And you think these dudes ain't chasing the pussy off in real life? Out of here.
Right.
What are you talking about? She gone.
And the thing is about that BJS for women's channel, right? Comes on like I think it was like every Friday night, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, How do you have a channel say be just for women, but yet Edward Anderson's the first nigga pop on the panel?
Oh Lord.
Yeah, but
and every time a woman parachutes herself in there, he's all on top of her and why ain't you doing this and why ain't you doing that and the black woman should submit. She's you need to let us lead. That's happens every Friday night over there.
That's why I don't promote the passport shit or the SYSBM shit, because it just got overrun with sexless fucking retards. And they fucking everywhere. And it's like, it doesn't matter what it is. You will get one of these dumb nigga homing beacon channels that fucking drop the homing beacon, then all these sexless dumb nigga idiots just run in there and fuck up everything. No matter what the fucking process is. Next thing you know, you got to flee the Manosphere. You got to leave SYSBM. You got to leave Passport, bro. No matter what it is, somebody brings the homing beacon in and set that shit off. You know how like Batman set off the homing beacon, all of a sudden the bats start flying in out of fucking somewhere? That's what happens to all these fucking concepts. Every time. It does. It never fails, bro. Never fails.
I'm gonna say this too. Them niggas need to stop writing books. All right, some of y'all need to stop writing books.
They're writing books for niggas that can't read.
Right,
niggas can't read.
Yeah, who can't read? I remember that one time, man. I read Bobby Tumay's book, Negro Wars. Hey, if you gonna write a book, have an index in the back of the book. Have an index, reference points. I'm looking at the back of the book. Ain't nothing in the back of that book. All it is just rants. Oh, the black woman in London is the same as the black bitch in New York. I mean, really, nigga? Yeah, okay. It's just full of rants. That's all it is. Just secondhand stories and shit. That's all what Negro Wars was about with Bami Tumbe. Then when you pick up Obsidian's book. Well, his free books, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It just YouTube videos on a book. Ain't nothing new.
Bro, I'm just saying, man. Like, these dudes, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to set the homing beacon off, and then you're going to be surrounded by, these McNamara's. These new standards, man.
Hold on. But then, okay, this is what happens at the end. Okay, so what ends up happening is we say, okay, all that stuff is fuck shit and all that other stuff is bootsy, right? But then I've seen female channels pop up just for the fact of being anti-manosphere. And I don't think that's right either.
Yes.
Oh, dude, like the worst ones is like the Kendra D. Who's like a rewrite of like the Shahrazad Ali shit. So she gonna talk shit about her own fucking group, and then she's gonna hand you a fucking manual on femininity after she just got through talking shit about her own group. It's like, and like these pink pill lessons and all these pick me bitches that I didn't. I'm like, cool. Prove you fucking somebody around here who ain't got their shit together. No, nothing. And all these simps just give her all this fucking attention and shit. Now this bitch is probably making doctor money off of these sexless fucking idiots. I'm telling you, man, it's just that dudes would rather have these idiots here.
What they'll do is they'll weaponize a man against like other men too. So that's why when people like, I'll be so like, I don't agree with all the stuff that goes on with the manosphere, but I'm not like I'm not gonna make a video about necessarily all the BS, because I know that all that's doing is just, I'm simping now to the woman for correcting other men who are really actually just trying to correct them. So it's like, where do you fall? Like,
well, can you please name the names, please?
Man, I forgot. Oh, never mind. I can't name it on this platform.
Oh, okay. The guy who has the girl's name. You talking about him? Okay.
Yeah.
Him. He is manosphere. Okay. Do not let him fool you. Do not let that term Do not let that term rim bro fool you. He's manosphere. He's breaking
No,
bread.
it's another female content creator. Let's just say she got three good new tires and one used. Right. So
That's why I don't want to even engage with these women online, man, because I ain't trying to. Nah, man. I mean, they lie too much, and these dudes will believe anything that comes out of a fucking woman's mouth because they fucking want to. They're unprincipled like a motherfucker. It's just better just not to even talk to these motherfuckers at this point, because at the end of the day, they literally think that bitching at women online is gonna get them some real results. I mean, because there was a real world example of what happened when you talk this shit to a woman that don't fucking respect you. And I'm gonna bring up this circumstance, and I want you guys to go Google it because it's some of the funniest shit ever. When Steve the Dean Williams had some dude who was in some pimp shit suit, they told this dude to say something crazy to his fucking woman. That woman ate that nigga the fuck up on the phone in front of them dudes. She was calling that dude all type of sorry motherfuckers and all that shit. I'm like, man, they got this dude like this whole
hold on.
life.
What do y'all think about Cynthia G being back? I know she's been back probably for a few months, but she's been under the radar.
Okay, so here's the thing about Cynthia G. These niggas love Cynthia G. They want to impregnate Cynthia G. They want this woman. I am not convinced otherwise. They love Cynthia G. They are masochists, and they wanted to be talked to crazy as hell by Cynthia G. And that's why she's back. Who you think is paying for her? It ain't women. It's fucking simps. It's these damaged, dumb nigga idiots who actually think that they can solve all of their mommy issues by just getting Cynthia G pregnant. Not understanding that she's playing a character and she knows she doesn't have to do anything else. Once she got pregnant by who she got pregnant by, that should have been the end of that story. But Obsidian had to re-roll the conversation because he was getting paid off y'all, man. And then, people start to figure out that Obsidian's full of shit, and then they come out to me, hey man, why don't you go up to Obsidian? I'm like, dude, Obsidian has been and BGS has been two of the best barometers of knowing how much full of shit most of these dudes are online. I would never want them to leave. They should be gone. But these people are so stupid. It's moth to a flame. It's moth to a flame. These dudes are never going to get their shit together. They're never going to restrict themselves to actually decent fucking women.
You must have belief, my brother. You must have belief.
Hey, dude, it's a lived experience. 14 years, and these dudes are still complaining about the same woman like day one. Like they have another dude put the actual cornrows, put the actual weave in his hair, and all of a sudden they jumping on him, treating him like a her. Like all this shit is cosplay shit, man. To help dudes process their undiagnosed trauma and pain, and most of it's fake. They don't even have experience with the women that they're fucking talking about. So it's just ridiculous.
Probably the same thing on the women's side.
Yeah, and I think also there's a segment of men who are talentless and they don't really they have no topics to talk about. Like I've seen some dudes, they're literally married to black women and they'll say there's no good black women out here to marry. And I'm like,
Yep. This is a total hustle. It's a total fucking hustle, bro.
Like
it's a total hustle.
This is what you came up with.
The women do the same thing.
Yeah. Listen, man. These dudes are just reprogrammable meat bags. They will gather to the next person doing the exact same thing. Doesn't matter. They want to get all the Pokemon of dudes who just want to complain about women. And they know all these channels. Trust me. And you'll see dudes up there say the most crazy and insane stuff, and they still dude, we got mutinied out of our own space with algorithm. I mean, serving the dumb nigga algorithm can get you paid in most cases. And especially if you ain't got no skills and the only thing you can do is spam one specific topic, dude, the dumb nigga algorithm is calling for you. You know how like fucking Uncle Sam, you know the Uncle Sam poster? Yeah, man, that's what it is, man. The dumb nigga algorithm is calling for you.
So MOT, how do I know I'm in the dumb nigga algorithm? What are the signs?
Nah, bro. Like, dude, I'm in the dumb nigga algorithm and I can't get out of it. Dude, I, I talk about shit about trucking. You know who called me about the shit? Indians and Arabs and everybody else. Nobody black. That's when you know you're in the dumb nigga algorithm. You can talk about some shit of substance and nobody fucking listens. That's how you know you're in the dumb nigga algorithm.
Right. Mm-hmm. But
Yes,
speaking about the dumb nigga algorithm, right? I'm still anti. I gotta say, anti. I appreciate what you said though the other day, but I you know how people are fake, right? How can you? You know what? I'm gonna leave that alone. Because it's really on the women though. I used to be mad at that nigga Jay Prince, but it's the women I got a problem with because they prop that bitch nigga up. But anyway, that's a whole other story. I ain't gonna go in that. I mean, you leave that alone.
Hey! I was reading a story. A guy was on he was homeless. It was on 85 South. The dude was saying that he was at a homeless shelter and a female was getting snuck into the homeless shelter in a suitcase. So there's always gonna be a dumb female that just do anything for any nigga. So that's why I don't blame the females. It be the niggas that be killing me. I'm like, nigga.
Bro. I was all right. So let me give you an example how dudes who ain't got shit would even want to chase women. All right. So I was at a place cleaning one of my trucks out, and I seen like this dude like crawling to a tent. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This dude is it's cold as fuck outside. So I went over there like, hey man, what's going on, man? Talk to him and all this kind of shit. Problems, yada yada yada. All right, man. So cool. All right, so I give you $200. You just clean out this truck, garbage can right here. I got a couple more trucks here. We go to the fucking Walgreens, just go pick up some supplies. He's trying to holler at the bitch, and he got a phone number. I took that nigga right back to his fucking tent. You don't have a phone. How are you hollering at bitches, and how did you get a phone number? Why would this working class woman give this nigga who obviously ain't shit a phone number? And I'm like, you know what? I'm trying to help the wrong nigga. And that's how you got to be at this point. At this point, most of these dudes, they hate and they want to replace actual traditional men. They can't because they ain't got no money and they don't know how to run shit or do anything because they think that they're gonna talk this community shit. They're gonna, have sex with obviously a woman who would take anyone at that point, and then they're gonna get somebody else to come raise the children.
I know you cooking, and I'm gonna give it right back to you. I just got off the line with a client. Got to read this super chat, and I'm gonna chime in on what you said too. But shout out to Love Wisdom with the $9.99. She said Manosphere is the 21st century. No, ma'am. For those of y'all that don't know, that's that Al Bundy shit. No, man. Shoe salesman ass. You know what I'm saying? Bigums. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to touch the wife ass niggas. Yeah. Nah, but I agree with you.
But they get no ma'am though.
Exactly.
They get no ma'am. They're not even with a woman.
Yeah. It's bad. It's extremely bad. That's why a lot of them are living vicariously through an Anton Daniels right now. But also people forgot about, like, people just totally negate the intangibles of what it is to be a man. I had this argument, not even an argument, but it's more of a conversation with the dudes, last week when they're like, oh, well, Anton's the standard, you know what I'm saying? He's only got one child and he's married and no kids out of wedlock and he makes a certain amount of money. I'm like, that's the tangible shit, bro. What makes you a man is the shit that you can't buy. It's the shit that you can't buy. And money and success is a byproduct of that. But these dudes think that the tangible shit is what actually gives you your substance. And I'm like, y'all fellas got a lot to learn. Damn sure really shouldn't be up here teaching. Damn sure shouldn't be. But that's just my opinion on it.
But the thing is that, Auntie, most of these dudes come on here to do this because, dude, there's a lot of dudes that's just circling the drain. They're looking to be taken advantage of. They're looking for their time to be wasted. They're looking for it. And look, it's nothing for a woman to get online, put some makeup on, turn the camera on, talk all this red pill shit, 100,000 subscribers. Takes nothing to do that for a woman to actually do that. And that's what these dudes are on, man. And it's like I tell people, they're like, "Oh, well, you should could create another space." I'm like, the Manosphere was that space. And look, you don't need to create any more spaces because at the end of the day, they're gonna set off the homing beacon, and then them dudes are gonna come there too and wreck that too. So at the end of the day, this is about some individual outcome shit right now. Because I don't know a dude who got his shit all the way together and he can't find a woman. I don't know anybody doing that.
Well, the thing
Not one.
is, what I tried to tell, I got arguments and pushback from that. I'm like, bro, when you got your shit together, you ain't even gotta find no woman. They find you. Ain't that about a bitch?
Yeah,
All shapes, all sizes, all walks of life, all that black woman shit. They come in all races and skin tones too. A good decent man don't have no problem finding no woman.
And a man with a good social circle also don't have a problem finding
Doesn't
women
mean you'll always end up with the best woman for you. That shit happens too. that happens too. You might have to go through a little trial and error before you find what's right for you, but that's part of being a man. That's part of going through life. Like fuck that. A little trial and error. Fuck it.
But
You know?
but here's the thing. We know what's not gonna get you that experience. It's sitting in the chat of these manosphere dudes. That's not gonna lead you to a woman, bro.
Nah. Nah.
That's gonna make you female repellent. Like women are going to flee you. Like you start up this response system of taking a woman through 20 different questions and asking her body count and all that crazy ass shit. She out of there, bro. Gone.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. Yeah, that's definitely extremely weird.
They don't even know that they're weird. That like we turn weird dude into empowered men. That's what this space has turned people into. People who think that they are empowered to talk a bunch of crazy stuff. And I'm just sitting here like, bro, these people have no idea how they sound to people, man. And it's not even original stuff.
Male empowerment.
But the thing is that these people was already in their final form when they got here. There was already dudes who couldn't be helped when they got here. They knew that they couldn't be helped.
I really didn't come to this space to call dudes weird and retarded and all of that other type of stuff. I just wanted to see all type of. Hold on.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see all type of dudes come up from wherever position in life they're at, wherever mind state in life they're at, whatever spiritual position in life they're at. I just wanted to see that's empowerment to me, and that's leveling up. It's just to, to realize yourself, to have knowledge yourself, and to understand the world. And so that's what it was about. And so if you just come up an inch, or if you just, whatever you get from it is what you get from it.
But here's the thing, man. The old audience left. The old audience who actually did not do, who was there for the stuff that you just said, them dudes left. They stick their head in here 5 seconds and they want to jump off the solar system because they cannot believe that people still don't get it. How simple it is. Go get your stuff together. Leave crazy people alone. Make sure you roll by yourself. Make sure you got your own stuff. Like all this stuff is just a level of non-progression of men and people who want to take advantage of it. And these people want to be taken advantage of because they're not going to do the work because they want to socialize somebody else to go do all the work while they take all the credit. And that's just not how life works, man. But
do you believe that people who donated to Umar Johnson got taken advantage of?
At this point, yes, because it doesn't take a lot. Okay, so forgive my ignorance. I know that shift of the grift is over. Now he's about to be in this reparations grift. But how many years was it total that he ran that school thing? What's the tally on that? 5 years, 10 years?
Oh, the school grift? What's that? That's 15 probably.
God damn, are you serious?
15, 16. That goes back to what, 2010? 2010?
Wow. 16 years.
Huh.
Jesus. Yeah, I would have to say so. And he put himself in a position to where I'm not going to answer any questions except for the people who donated. But it's like,
But
dude,
if we had to go on the low end, I would say at least 10.
Yeah,
at
it was
least
10. It was at least 10 years, Auntie. It was at least 10 years because
And I'm
I
just
remember.
going back to when he had that appearance on Roland Martin's show.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like the
wow.
conscious stripper thing. You know, all these scandals
You got to
keep
build the buzz
popping.
before you get on Roland Martin. That's why I was like, I'll give him 15, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my bigger point is people just donate to what they believe in. They donate, they put their money behind, what they believe in. And we've seen that for many years, and and whoever, you know what I mean? Religious, politics, wherever, people put their money behind what they believe.
But I have a question though, along with that. The concept could have been good. It's the fundraising around it and the gaslighting and the trolling around it that I had a problem with. Now, if he was a dude that wasn't an actual doctor, I probably would have been far more furious about it. But he was a dude who had legit education and ran this stuff on people. But Umar Johnson actually travels across the country and has always traveled across the country raising money and doing speeches in all these cities. Like if you look at his Twitter, you can see that he's booked up for forever, always booked up. And people pay for him to come out, but he runs this type of game, and it's like, bro, you make black people look crazy when you can do this for 15 years, and now you finally get, I finally got the AC working, HVAC working. It's like, bro, HVAC doesn't cost that much for a building for you to be doing this.
Look at religion or anything, like,
Especially
black
when you
men and
crowdfund it
women.
like that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, when it goes to your lifestyle, man, I mean, come on, you don't have to be a financial genius to recognize a Ponzi scheme when you see it.
Yeah. Under the
That's it.
guise of a 501, it's like, bro, real talk, they'll give you a building. That's the whole point of being a nonprofit, is to get a whole bunch of assets that you don't pay for and kind of do some legit stuff with them. He just never did any legit stuff with it. They're like, oh, well, you know what? This ain't working. It's like, dude, electrical in the building, not really that hard. I had to pay for electrical on my building, $2,000-$3,000. Your shit'll be straight. But fundraising off of that and keep somehow find the time to go live and be going on all these black shows and don't nobody be asking no questions. And it's like, bro, and okay, the school's finished. What person are you going to trust your kid to go to this school? If it took them this long to get the HVAC fixed, to get the electrical fixed, okay, so now you got to find teachers. What teacher is going to take their legit credentials for teaching and go to this school? That's the teacher portion. Then who is going to send their child to go to the school? That's the student portion. Who are these people?
Yeah, I
Who
get
need
you.
a
The
pro
operation is
blunkety black school to do what with? I'm lost. Now I never donated any money. That's how come I don't complain about it that much, because it's not my money. Just like I never donated to the NRA, so it's kind of hard for me to have a perspective on it, even though I know that's a grift too, by scaring the shit out of white people so that they could buy all these weapons that they ain't gonna never use. Again, a grift also. But I never donated to it. But the people should be smart enough to know that something that's not being produced, that's pretty easy to produce everywhere else. I mean, like King Randall has a school. He didn't wait 15 years. This is a young ass dude.
Shit, like two years.
That's
like
what I'm saying. Bro, he had a school.
King Randall, yeah.
So how can King Randall have a school for actual black children, but Umar Johnson can't have a school to actually teach children? Period.
It's not just Umar. I mean, you got Tyreek and what's his name, Moist.
A dude who wrote Pimp Lessons is going to tell me that I am a different group of people other than African American. Bro, I can't do it, man. Can't do it.
And you
I
talk
can't do it.
about gaslighting and trolling. That's what goes on in this space, and that's how people get big. You know what I mean? In the space.
You still
So
got
I mean,
people who come online and gaslight and troll dudes like they don't get women in this space doing that and running up on the women. Bro, it's like, dude, we've seen this already. And it's like some talented gutter bucket type stuff, man. But at the end of the day, these people have got to have some sense to see it coming. And I think I know how wrong it sounds and I know how bad it is, but my grandparents was on some don't help weak children and don't help weak ass adults because they're going to walk in and waste your time. And there has been so many times that I've been part of nonprofit organizations. You get it off the ground, you got a good mission. You know what happens? Everyone want to bring their hardest head, dumb nigga children in here to come fuck up the whole group because we just can't keep on some being on some productive shit, creating a different class and culture of people. We got to start scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel bucket before we can do some shit. And people got to learn that do not get your shit over sabotaged or over leveraged on some shit like that. I've been part of a lot of nonprofits, and that's what happened. The Manosphere people came here, people was getting their shit together, they was connecting with people behind the scenes, and then it turned into entertainment.
yeah, definitely. Now everybody got to just learn and adapt to that, to know how to profit off of that.
No. They are profiting off it. That's the whole thing. Like there's no progression for the people that they're serving, but they're personally profiting off of it, which is, sick and twisted to me. But that's
The new people coming in are going to be paying attention to that entertainment factor, and they're going to want to know how to, you know what I'm saying, put their thing together.
Correct. And the only thing you got to do is just deny the history because nobody holds you responsible for not knowing it.
Right.
I mean, dude, you can come in here and just open up.
They coming in not knowing the history. They just see the entertainment and the money moving, and they want to get right to that.
Yeah.
Which is correct.
What you got to do is just say, I'm just doing it on my channel. Why are you telling me what to do?
Yeah, like, this is my house. This is my, you can't tell what you're doing. My house, I'm like, dude, there's been plenty of people been punched in the face, shot, and even killed in their own house for being on some bullshit. Plenty throughout history. But what I'm saying is, man, listen, you cannot use these other people not getting their shit together. It's an excuse for you not to get your shit together. Like right now, I listen to them and then I straighten them out. Okay, cool. You got this shit off. We need to take some fucking action. What? You need to wait a week, 2 weeks? Because next time I see you, we gonna be taking some action. And if you ain't trying to take no action, you could just block my number. That's what I'll be on now. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to give you this information. I'm ready for you to actually let this nonsense go because there is no, I need to stay tethered to this other nonsense while I get my stuff together. I'm like, dude, that's the perfect way to not get it together. Okay? You got to drop this stuff and get your own stuff together. Because I know how I was in Mississippi, not having a future, not taking school seriously. Shit. As soon as I passed the ASVAB and I was going to the Air Force, grades went up dramatically. Got out of there at 17, completely turned my life around, all that kind of other stuff. It did not start off like where I'm at right now. It is a long, dude, the mind state come way before the actual benefits of it. But a lot of people think that they're going to add principle later, and life don't work that way, man. It don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think there's one way. I think, like, I don't blame a dude who goes towards game channels. I don't blame a dude who goes towards, even pro-black spaces. It's like we all, but I think the overall goal should be, I don't like the fact that we can't critique each other, but then also get critiqued and act like bitches about you getting critiqued. That's the part that I don't like. If you got some faulty shit, but you want to call out other people, I should be able to call you out, and I don't like that.
I mean, man, like I came in having a channel because I said I wouldn't hire child support dudes. That's how I got the channel. I went on BGS's platform and I seen these dumb niggas talking. I'm like, and this is why I don't hire child support niggas. and motherfuckers blew the fuck up on that shit. And then I had to fucking apologize because I didn't know how to negotiate that obstacle. And then I found out how to negotiate the obstacle, and then it really didn't matter anyway because nobody wanted to, go through that type of scrutiny. Because I didn't know how to do it because like in the transportation industry, you get pulled in the weigh stations, they run your fucking shit. Your fucking license suspended, that truck is at the weigh station. You talking about $5,000-$6,000 getting that shit out of there, and you got to get this dude out of jail and all that kind of other shit. Now you waste about $80,000-$90,000 a year doing that shit. You don't want to fuck with child support dudes, like ever, because it's the same bullshit every time, right? And then I changed the system up to where I'm like, look, I'll just get her information, and whenever you ain't acting right, she'll just give me a call, and then I'll call you. Because if I find out that your fucking license is suspended because you ain't paying the shit like you supposed to, or you ain't coming through and doing all that shit, at least I'll hear from her, right? But like dudes don't want to be on that type of management time like that. A lot of people do, but most of them don't. And I just, it's just a trial and error. I came out and said some wild, stupid shit, but I had to admit that I was fucking wrong, and I made some changes. And
wait, you was a slave catcher?
Bounty hunter, yes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You were
slave catcher. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what it is.
You are literally Paul. You literally Saul turning into Paul. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. You're the first motherfucker ever said shit, man. You're fucking slave catcher. I got exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, man. But I only limited myself to certain shit because most of the people was child support related, and I really didn't like going out to child support motherfuckers. But like people who actually did some shit, like real shit and skill bill, oh man, I was all in for that shit. Yeah. But that's what it is, man. Yeah, man, don't waste your time on these people, man. These people are entertainers first. They're here for the money. Whatever's gonna bring most of the money in. They're not principled. Stop expecting them to be principled. I just stay away from them. It's too easy to stay away from. And these days, it's too easy to stay away from them.
I'm trying.
My community has no room for people who don't have their stuff together. For men who complain about women and ain't got a woman. Dudes who ain't got a job. Dudes who not career minded. Dudes who don't want to participate in the political process. I have no room for these people. None. And I'm not going to make any. I'd rather deal with stuff that's productive and work. That's how my community rolls. Like that. Your kid ain't working, we're going to go find your kid a job. Don't want to work there, we're going to find your kid some skills. Either way, your kid going to be doing something. Sitting here playing the Xbox, all you thing I do is call us. Now, we take them out on some jet skis, and all of a sudden, we just talk to them, man.
Yeah. What you got, Ant? Auntie.
No, I think he stepped away for a while or some shit.
This nigga, see, this is what happened when you start working early and then you put up a live stream. I'm doing the same thing.
Shit, I'm at work now. Shit, I'm trying to get these motherfuckers to get me up out of here. I don't know. Shit, I got to pay this lumper. Hopefully they ain't running up the hourly fee. Dude, I got unloaded in like 45 minutes, man. They come here with some 3 hour, $1,200 stuff. Like, nah, bro. We ain't even doing that.
But yeah, man. But like,
what is it? Fantasy Island Girl. Yes. You know what? No one ever brings up King Randall when they talk. You are correct. They never bring up the King Randall stuff when they're talking about the Umar Johnson thing. It never comes up. Ever.
I never heard of King Randall. I never heard of King Randall.
He got a YouTube channel. He's a young dude, and he teach like life lessons to like lost children or whatever, and they live with him. And he has a school for them.
Oh, he's the dude that cursed out. Oh, he's the one that said I am. He's the one that cursed out somebody and said, "Yeah, I'm actually building a school, right? And I'm only 20 something years old."
That's probably him because he would say something like that. Somebody who talks to him crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think he was basically saying like, yeah. I vaguely remember him. But I do remember there being a dude that because I just looked him up and I was like, yeah. He started a school and then he was shitting. I don't want to say I forget who it was. He was shitting on somebody like, yeah, I already did this.
20 years. How old is he right now?
He's 25.
24, 25. He got it because he started when he was 20.
Right.
He got to be 24, 25 by now. Look, he came out here, had vision and a plan. He was going on places. He did interviews. People donated money, got the school open. And look, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that, some moves that he shouldn't have made. But at the end of the day, that young dude went out there and he did it. No fundraising, no trips across the country. He just went there and did it.
Well, he need a team behind him, don't you think? He need some people running with him and helping him. And
oh yeah, I mean, but when you're the head of it and you trying to move toward a positive space, it's gonna work out,
No doubt.
But like a lot of these people, they want to keep the money coming in, and they want to re-perpetuate the need to keep, rolling other places. So, having these conversations like Umar, like he got 2011 things booked for him to go places, Like Tariq, there's always a new documentary coming. There's always something else to be running these dudes hot over. Trying to find conversations to have discussions with Africans that don't need to be had, man. I don't care about people who just don't want to work with me. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
I know in the Black community, and information and imagery has always been important ever since we've seen the picture of a Black Jesus or things like that. So getting it from that perspective is really important to a lot of Black people. Man. They believe in that.
I think you could change that perspective, though, man.
Being a polarizing figure. Yeah. Well, I hear you, and that's admirable. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Hey man, listen, man. I'm from Mississippi, bro. Bro, I didn't have it in a lot of categories before I went to the military, dude. I didn't know how woefully lost I was until I got around grown ass men who would beat your ass in a heartbeat if you messed up anything. They wasn't having it.
Yeah, I mean, men, like, we don't tolerate no excuses, right? We don't want to hear nothing like, nah, you got to get to that and do that. Like, there ain't no way out. Like, you got to go through it. You know what I'm saying? That's the realest. That's what a father is, right? We all have fathers and grandfathers. Ain't no way out of this. I said move that from over there to over there. You know what I'm saying? Don't think about nothing different. Don't try to, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Formulate new thoughts and things. Get this done.
Nah, man.
And ain't no excuses in it.
Hey, man, you could be as bad as you want to, dude. You ain't about to whoop 20 dudes, man. Not gonna happen. I've seen a lot of people who thought it was gonna happen. You get through like 2 of them. Like, yeah, all right, man. I told you. You're gonna have to do it. Now you got to do it with a bloody nose. Now you got to do it with a black eye.
Yeah. That's a controlled environment, though, where men are holding men accountable, right? And no man can get out of line, and that's gonna mess up the whole truth. So everybody got to be on the same page, and you know what I'm saying. We're gonna make sure we all get there, or you can't be here. That's the military for you.
Yeah, man. Hey, y'all, let me do some work before I'll be on these live. If y'all see me on these lives starting to do some rage bait stuff, y'all know I got fired. So let me get off of here, y'all. Y'all salute.
All right.
Yeah, peace
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
Peace
yeah.
out.
Yeah, I got to roll out too. They just, it just got me finished. Hey, man, well, thanks for having me on, NT. You have a nice one, man.
All right, man. Be good. Be good.